everybody. Welcome to my birthday stream. Going to go ahead and work on this set while I'm not having people in here. Not sure who's going to be able to make it or not. I've extended some invitations. Hopefully people can make it. But I'm going to be streaming for quite a while, so we'll have some build time, definitely. I got a bunch of the moves already baggied up. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm got them in order, so I don't try and do them out of order. Don't have them all, but I got about halfway through, so we're doing pretty good. Hey, Melee, and hey, Gwen. Good to see you on here. Alrighty, let's see. Alright, so 876. That is the unused one. Second, there we go. Two, three. There's 9. 876. And hey, Marmar, good to have you on here. And Gwen saying hi to Melee. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, alright, we are in order. The ones that are not currently in use. And I got most of the stuff stacked up. Got my earpiece in for when people join. I can hear them and not get an echo. And this is a much smaller book here. Move 1. We set these pieces side by side. All right. Let's see. And I do apologize. Went to order dinner tonight for us, and apparently the ordering place I did switched from one place to the other, and that caused a bit of stress, and I just didn't have the coping beans to deal with it. So I apologize for that. I'm a little bit stressed today. All right, so, and I'm nervous. I'm not sure who's going to show up for certain. I did get a bunch of very positive responses, so hopefully it'll work out well. But I'm nervous. This is the first time I've essentially tried to set up a panel stream, so yeah, let's go ahead and just let these all out here. Whoops. And of course I'm throwing stuff on the floor already. All right. On the plus side, I apparently identified the thing that was causing me headaches recently. Started using a churro-flavored protein bar for snacks at work, and wound up. Apparently, they caused me really strong headaches, so I guess I can't have those anymore. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we start on 7. Hey, J.L. Reese, thank you very much for the belated birthday. And thank you, Gwen, for the belated birthday. Yep, my birthday was August 30th, and I spent it in the hospital. But I seem to be doing much better now. Right, so 1, 2, 3. Right, so 7. And line that up. There we go. And there's base on here. Just catching up the chat here. Alrighty. And putting in the foundation of the tower. All right. Let's see. Gonna try and avoid mistakes this time while throwing things on the floor. All right. And 6, 2x8, and 2x6. Do that for the other side too. Something's wrong with that. Oh, no, okay. Let's look at the wrong spot. Okay, that looks fine. And 2x4. Center there. Make sure these are nice and seated. If I remember right, this is the same brand as the last set. So I might have to use the camera a little bit to make sure I can see things properly. And if I get a little bored or frustrated with this, I will probably work on designing for Kurt sprayed. All right, so one of these in each of the corners. After I hear dinner get here, I might run down and grab some. I have been gaining weight a little bit slowly, so I gotta up my exercise and make sure I don't eat too much. It's a little bit wobbly. Hopefully that's not a big problem. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 5 and 5. Yep, 40. There we go. No, he has not. Or has Kurt approved the designs yet? No, I haven't actually gotten anything made up yet. But the tentative plan is I'm going to be doing orange and black, Clemson paw print, his channel logo, and I'm gonna possibly try and do a bee fish, but I'm not sure it's gonna work out that well. I'll have to see how it goes for the bee fish. It's going to be like 100 strands. So I got some little extra area to play around with. Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not have that on the screen. Alrighty. And 1 by square at each end of this fence section here. lined up right. So I went ahead and took a break from listening to the He Who Fights with Monsters series after I finished book 8, and I'm currently listening to the latest Bobiverse book. For those that are not familiar with the Bobiverse, the main character is Bob, who in the early 21st century, after selling his engineering company for a pretty penny, he signs up for a kind of cryogenic life insurance plan, and almost immediately thereafter gets taken out by a taxi cab at a science fiction con, and he wakes up about 100 years later, and a crazy stupid government that's taken over the area of the US has come up with a drive for a spaceship. It's not faster than light, but it is a sustainable drive where you can have enough fuel or whatever to get to nearby star systems. And they have reconstituted his brain from a imaging done of it before as they purate it to make him into a machine intelligence. And they plan on using him as a von Neumann probe, where he goes to other solar systems, builds new copies of his ship, makes copies of him, and sends them off into like 2 different directions. And he has no intention of working for this crazy religious government, but he is going to see if he can go ahead and do the other job, because humanity deserves to break out into space. And it goes from there. And the current book, there's like 3 different storylines going on. And I've been enjoying it. It's well written, lots of suspense, lots of humor. Sorry, I did one there. Right, so let's see. Last corner here. Doesn't matter which way I orient this when I'm done, since it's all symmetrical. A little bit. I want the center dividing line to be up and down. Hope I'll be able to stay awake through the whole stream, and hopefully don't doze off during the stream. Alrighty, we're almost done with move 2. Or step 2 on the instruction. Alright, so we'll get that out of the way, and we'll go on to step 3. T-shirt I'm wearing says in Latin, "I went to war and all I got was this lousy T-shirt." Check over on Rumble. We got one other person watching over there, and if anybody chats over there, it should show up here. And it looks like we got 3 people on Twitter and 6 people on YouTube. All right. Let's see. 5 in. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that one goes there. And goes there. That goes there. And I just threw one on the floor. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I can find it. Fortunately, the white ones are easy to find. They show up very brightly against the the fairly almost orange colored pine floor. All right, and that goes there. Let's be very careful there. There we go. All right, so there, and there. Goes there. Separate these, see if I can do that without having them fly all over the place. But this weekend I am reassembling the Takedai and doing the best I can to make sure I have a pattern ready to go fairly soon. My video views are way down because I'm not like posting this to any of the normal Kumihimo places that I do for my braiding streams. But the goal here was basically to, after I got out of the hospital, was kind of make sure I'm doing okay. So the lack of prescription for ADD is definitely causing me issues. I also got to get my last Constable Continuing Education online course done, which I'm going to try and do this weekend sometime. And all I have is a couple weeks after that, I will have the firearms recertification, and I'll be good till next year. So far, I seem to only have the right number of blocks in each move. One's not wanting to fit in its proper spot. There we go, nice and snug. And that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. At least now you can see something. This really blends in with the build surface very well. It's camouflage. All right, and we have more of these little dolphin or fish sculpture things. Kind of looks vaguely lionish face-wise, or dragonish. Gwen says, except for the pureed brain, sounds similar to the Ship Who Sang type books. Yeah, it is essentially a person who winds up in a spaceship. Major difference is that since the ship is designed as a von Neumann probe, it's not so much, and he's running off of actual mechanical hardware, not like his brain in life support system like the Ship Who Sang. Or the Ship Who whatever from Anne McCaffrey. He can duplicate himself, and there's definitely a much different attitude, a lot more snark and pop culture humor. So, there we go. And I'm afraid I gotta run downstairs for a minute, so I'm gonna set this here. And we'll be right back. So let me go ahead and put on some hold music. Let's see. All right. Well, let's. How can I do this? All right. Let's see. I guess I can't do that. All right. When it says please hit the like button, and merely says sounds interesting. All right. Yeah, if you search Amazon or Audible for Bobaverse, you should be able to find it. All right. So let me go ahead and put on the hold music and mute the background. I'll be right back. I am back. All right. This is supposed to be centered in here. As far as the camera, it's a little off, so I can probably go ahead and fix that. No, I don't think so. It's probably I got something screwed up. Camera angle may account for that. Yep. And dinner is here. That's why it took a little bit long coming back up. So I might go ahead and, hey, Wendy, good to see you on. Welcome, welcome. Food, I'm so hungry. I'm hungry. Sorry about that. We have hot wings, Parmesan wings. So, and plenty of paper towels. So I'll probably go ahead and cut out this camera so that I'm not like overly gross. But let me go ahead and there we go. All right. Actually, it was my birthday, August 30th. But I was in the hospital August 30th. So this is my makeup birthday stream. Pizza for me tonight. And when he says hello, Gwen. All right, I'm going to put the hold music back on and drop this camera out real quick and grab a couple of bites, and then I'll get back onto the off-brand, not really Legos that are super small. All right, so Thank you very much for your patience. Oh, thank you very much. Oh my God, Wendy, that is so nice of you. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that's actually tied for the biggest super chat I've ever received on this channel. So thank you very much. And Glenn says, thank you, Wendy H, for the super chat. And heart to Glenn. And I guess supper plays here as well. Yes, it does. All right, let me add the other camera back in. There we go. But yeah, I am feeling much better now that I have scarfed down my dinner like a rabid wolf. All right, we are ready for the next one here. Gotta be careful not to throw these too far around. This is move 4. But yeah, I'm feeling much better now that I've eaten something. Alrighty, so let's see. 2x6. Yep, that goes there. And 2x6 there. 2x6 there. 2x6 here. And let's see. Looks like up 2 and over 1. And let's see. One, 2, and then over 1. There we go. And 90-degree there. Yep, this is the darker brown. And there. And there. Oh, Wendy, if you want, I did send links to Valhalla and Dave, but I don't know if I sent one to you. If you want, I can send you a link. Let me do that real quick. All right, let's see. All right, I'm sending it to the group chat with you, Dave, and Valhalla. All right, there we go. Storing and all right, this is it's the Yellow Crane Tower. Sorry, a little bright there. It says yellow. Let's see, does it say anything on here about it? The Yellow Crane Tower was built in the second year of the Huanglu of the Three Kingdoms, which was 233 AD. It has been rebuilt previously in previous dynasties. The existing building was designed based on the Tongzi building of the Qing dynasty and rebuilt in 1985. It is famous all over the world for the poem Yellow Crane Tower, written by, I'm not going to try and say that, poet of the Tang Dynasty. Since ancient times, it has a reputation of unique scenery in the world, known as the first floor of rivers and mountains in the world. Alright, let's break these apart so that I don't have them go flying. Go. And okay, this one goes there. And there. 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 Let's see, does this one have a... Yeah, this one doesn't actually have... Oops, sorry. Doesn't have a braid or a block count on it, so I'm not sure how many blocks are involved with it. Let's see. That's interesting. Did I math right? That's about 1,700 years ago. 1,700 years ago, roughly. Actually, 1,800 years ago, because if this is 2024 and that was 223, that would be 1,801 years ago. Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate that. And let's see, get these done in here. Alrighty, and that goes there. And this goes here. All right, and we are ready for move 5, or step 5. There we go. This one's got some transparent blocks in it. All right, let's see. So that was Melee saying, hey, MLS, and Gwen saying, hello, Dave, and Making Law Simple saying, hello, all. Thank you very much. All right, so we have this one that goes in here, and there, and there, and I believe, yep, there. And these two stack on top of these. And these clear ones go on here. Let's see. Gwen says, oh, well, crap, my brain was thinking it was 1900 something. No worries. I occasionally do that myself. The see-through clear. Right, let's break these apart so I don't send them flying. I try to be careful doing that. Probably shouldn't have stacked them like this, but last night seemed to be the easy way to make sure I had the count right for these. Alrighty. On that corner, it goes there. And There. There. And there. And yep. Oops. So, one of the jobs I was doing at work is made out of 4-inch thick blocks of blue nylon. I like the color, and there's a big piece that is essentially scrap when we're done. And I checked and made sure that we're not using them for anything. So I have brought those pieces home, and I'm trying to figure out what I can make with those. That's another thing I want to do, is get back out in the shop and start working out there again. I'm hoping fairly soon I get the blood test results back from what the rheumatologist ordered, so we can see if there's any actual issue going on, if I can start returning back to normal life again. And while the temperature isn't too bad today, it is awfully humid. All right, we are almost done with this step of the program. There we go. All right, that looks good. We are ready to move on to move 6. Okay, I think I kept that one from falling on the floor. Carefully get these out. All right, that looks like all of them out. And now this is fun. I gotta look and see where they are based off of the previous ones. Alrighty, so that one's there. And 2 spaces in between, and there. And over 3, and then up 2. And over 2 and up 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And 3 in between. 4 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3 in between. And 1, 2, up 3 and over 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. There we go. And over 3 and up 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and there we go. And this goes on top of this one. And on top of that one there. And let's see. 1, 2. I have to go the other way to be able to get the numbers right. All right, and all right, 1, 2, 4 and there. That is definitely odd. I hope it's right. Let me look at this up closer one. This looks like an optical illusion to me. Alright, so... Wonderful. This whole ring is off by 1. Alright. That's annoying. That's why it was looking wrong. Alright, let me see if I can't... move the whole thing over. Alright, so this one moves there. And so move that over 1, and that over 1, and alright, let's see if I can line this back up again. Probably should just go ahead and start it back up. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and start back from just take these out and start over again. That's a little frustrating. At least I figured it out now rather than another 10 moves in. There we go. Alrighty. All right. Let's try this again. Okay, so no, you do not have bad eyes. I screwed up. Thank you, Gwen, for asking people to hit the like button, double check your subscriptions, and share this beautiful build video. Thank you very much. And Gwen says, may I read? Nope. All right, let's see. All right, so this one goes here. And there we go. Yep, it lines up with that. And we go there. And there. There. And there. There we go there. And let's see. Okay. That one goes there. There. That one goes there. Let's see if we can't get back to where we were on the build real quick. All right. Yep. And there should be another. There we go. It was hiding. Now, if I take this one off and these don't want to come apart real quick. Sorry about the little bit of frustration here. There we go. Don't stab my thumb. It's not a good thing to do. Fortunately, I stabbed my thumbnail and didn't go through. Sounds like a very bad rhyme, but is accurate. Almost have the first layer back in. And yes, it does look centered now. All right, there we go. I can get that. Why is that one not wanting to go in? Let's try a different one. There we go. damage. Nope, it's fine. Why is it not wanting to seat properly? There we go. All right, so first layer is done. Let's just make sure we have all of these posts in the right spot. All right, there we go. Back up to move 4. And, all right, so there we go, those go there. And all right, so that one is in there. I'm kind of blending, doing a couple of these moves together just to try and save a little time. All right, so those are there. And there we go. And yet another motorcycle drives by. Seem to be Butterfingers. Okay. Just looking at the wrong layer there. Let's get this one in. And sorry for the lack of scintillating conversation. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything on here. And second layer is about done. Let's go ahead and try this with the wrench. Should work with that. There we go. And there we go. All right, and on to 5. All right, so those two were added, and that one there, there, one there, one there. All right, and all right, we are about a third way through move 5. Copy there. There we go. And that goes there. This goes there. And that goes there. Almost caught up to where I was. There we go. And that goes there. That goes there. Almost caught up. And that's all the 90s. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, those are on there. All right, now we can go back to this move here. All right, so 2. All right, so it looks good there. All right, so 2 there, 2 in between, and over 3 and up 2. And over 2 and up 3. And 3 in between. And 4 in between. And 3 in between. And all right, so 1 extra there, 1 extra there. So are those the same row? Yes, they are. All right, and extra 1 there. All right, so up 3 and over 2. And all right, I think I got all those in. We are ready for move 7. Let me catch up with chat real quick here. It's okay to run 3. We all understand. Just think of it as a reset. And Glenn says, I'm all for thumbnails doing their job. Yep, protecting the thumb. And Melee says, I'll try and buy some Legos or micro maybe this weekend. There's actually some fairly inexpensive kits that you can get for them in the micro ones. Melee Cormier, that sounds like fun. Melee says, I won't buy Barador like Jeff got for his birthday, though. Yeah, that's looking pretty impressive. Gwen's laughing. And Melee says, and in Canadian dollars, it's even more expensive. Hey, Betsy Weingartner, welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. No worries on that. I'm going to run probably till about 4 a.m. Eastern time. And Melee says, hey, Betsy. I just want to make sure that it's available for everybody who wants to drop in. They can drop in. All right. So we are on to move 7. We have a bunch more transparent ones here. Alrighty. Got a little more caffeine. All right. Okay, apparently I missed the must have been getting tired. Oh, no, that's 5. All right, so 7. All right, so okay, yep, we got everything we need here. All right, let's see. These stack up on these. There we go. And we're making our way through this one pretty quickly. And there I am flinging pieces around again. Let's see if I can see that one. Yeah, I don't see where that one went. Let me grab another one. Alright, so dark ones. We've got a dark brown and a light brown. I'm sure I got a few extra of these. All right, and alrighty. So those just go right there. And see, Bailey says, "Hey, Betsy." Betsy says, "Amelia Cormier, hi." And Gwen saying hi to Betsy. What? Weingartner. And Betsy says, "Torn 3, have you ever done any Lego Christmas kits?" No, the only actual Lego kit I think I've ever done in my life was the castle one I did for the Lego Law Life and Libation stream. And Betsy saying hi to Gwen. All right, do a quick check on Rumble. We got 2 people watching there. Is lined up right. Almost done with move 7. There we go. And there we go. We are ready for move 8. At least it's more centered now. Some of these moves don't have a whole lot of parts in them, or pieces in them. All right, so and there's 8. More window pieces. And there we go. I got 16 of them here. We now have 12 left to go. And 10 left to go. Did I mess something up here? Had one over too far, that's why that looked weird. And only 4 left. There we go. And we're ready for move 9. Jill Rees is done a $2.99 super sticker. Thank you very much, Jill Rees. It's good to, or thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate that. And Betsy Weingartner says, everyone's safe from the hurricane that's coming in. I am probably too far north and a bit far in from the coast, so I shouldn't have too much of an issue. And Jill Rees says, catching the easy side of it here in Northeast Florida. Let's be careful with this one. All right. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And 1. 2. 3. 4. Kind of still annoys me that my voice is breaking a little bit, even though I feel pretty much normal. there. And there. And these ones, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, and 8. All right, so looks like just about everything gets an extra one here. All right, we got 22 of them, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 'Let's make sure we got all of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There we go. All right, so that's it for move 9. On to move 10. Let me catch up real quick. Betsy Weingartner says we might get a little rain here in Pittsburgh. And Gwen says, J.L. Reese, thank you for the cool super sticker. Yes, very much. Thank you. Alrighty. Move 10. Definitely need more caffeine. Alrighty. So 4 ultra wide ones. Not necessarily ultra wide, but there we go. And one. Let's see. All right, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one's where it's supposed to be. All right, so looks like these ones go one further out. Alrighty. There we go again. Oh joy. Dizzy spell. Honk if your world is spinning. And 1, 2. 3. And come on. There we go. There we go. Alright, so come on. You can do it. There we go. There we go. Yep. And there we go. Definitely getting clumsier for some reason. Alrighty. We are ready for move 11. Grab some caffeine here real quick. All right, 11. Yes, they are. Give me just a second here, and I will take a quick look. Okay. The one I'm working on currently was $26, and the other, actually no, wrong one there. This one was 15. This one right here is $15. $15.99. So yeah, this one is definitely very inexpensive. All right. There we go. All right. So So 8 of them on the posts. Oh, this is going to be fun. All right, let's see. Okay. Let's see if the wrench will make this a little easier. And definitely 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. And 8. There we go. Nope. 1 off. There we go. All right. Oops. That one was supposed to go. over from where it should be. There we go. And now that can go back there. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Alrighty. Anyway, just looking here, making sure I'm doing this right. And I've had one of my wake-up pills. I've had caffeine. Why do I keep yawning? There we go. And sorry. Yawning, yawning, yawning. All right. Alrighty. So I'm just trying to make sure I know what it is I'm doing. Still keep knocking things to the floor. There we go. And oops, that one actually goes that way. And there we go. Move 11 is done. Melee says, "Oh, there's a set of micro blocks of stitch." Okay. And Gwen says, "Ah." Yeah, that one. It hit the floor, but I saw where it went. All right, so 12. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on there. Looks like parts are hanging off the air because they stick to the layer above them, which then gets put them down there. All right, so all right, that is one. And one by one. All right, let's see. Okay, that doesn't go there. Almost fell asleep at the wheel again. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. One row to it. All right, so all right, so that's there. That's there. All right, let's see, where do they go? All right, so from there. And one. Oh. All right, I think I'm going to get up and stretch and walk around real quick for a little bit. I've been going out for almost 2 hours. Oh, in other good news, I found out what I believe is the source for the headaches I was having. Got some churro flavored protein bars from the Pure Protein brand. There you go. And apparently, when I eat them, or 2 of them in a day, I get really headachy about the time I leave work. Come on. There we go. And all right, so. Yeah, sorry about all the yawning. All right, so. And brown one goes there. And so 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I don't want to do that. so goes there. Oops. Come on, let's see. What am I doing here? All right, 2x4. Probably till about 4 if I can stay awake long enough. I have extended invites to people in other time zones, and I want them to be able to attend if they want to drop in. Like I've invited Legal Vices and Aussie Overlord. All right, so let's see if this one's here. Okay, all right, so come on. Now this can go here. There we go. And all right, and all right, so that's on top of there. That's on top of there. All right, that's doing better. All right, so after that, we are at 2. And we go. Oh, so you can see the side view. There we go. All right, so keep knocking these things off. If nothing else, the frustration will keep me awake. All right, so there. And it stays there. It sits there. And let's see, can I get this in place this way? All right, let's see. I'm gonna do that and that. All right. Let's see if we can. There we go. All right, now hopefully I never have to touch that again. All right, so we have a 90 that's supposed to. So that sits there. 1, 1, and 2. There we go. And it's from the other one last night. All right, so I need to get another small round one when I get a chance. There we go. And all right, so this goes this way. This goes this way. Keep knocking those off. All right. go. And let's see if the wrench helps with this. And I do seem to be waking up again, so hopefully we're not as sleepy. All right, and okay, so that's post there. And all right. Okay, and there we go. And some of these are the type that probably would be better if I just glued them. All right, so there and there. Let's see. And try again. If at first you don't succeed, bungee jumping and parachuting is not for you. There we go. All right, and one there. One. Go. And one square white. And okay, apparently I was not paying close attention and put these in spots they shouldn't have been. All right, so that one goes here. Take this one off here. All right, and one by square here. And there. And there. All right, and there. All right, so some of these, I don't know, maybe in the future I'll like glue them up. All right, and all right, Okay, so I'm getting close to getting this one done. Feels like it's taken forever. All right, so and this one goes here. Let's try it again with the wrench. All right, there we go. Let's see if we can get this one done. All right, there we go there. And let's try this again. Blocks are loose enough fitting. It's hard to get it to like stick here. All right, there. All right. And there. All right, so that goes there. And all right, so this goes here. And oh, I'm so sorry. Let me catch up with everybody here. All right. Gwen says you're moving along a good place. You think you can finish this one by the time you hit 4 hours? Probably not 4 hours, but I am planning to run until maybe possibly 4 a.m. Eric Olson, hey, good to see you on. Yeah, you're still live. I thought I'd missed you. I'm glad you were feeling better. I assume, yes, I'm definitely feeling much better. Torrin, and happy belated happy birthday. Thank you very much. Gwen says, hello, Eric Olson. And Erica says, hello to Gwen. Gwen says, it's good to see you. Maylee is saying hi to Erica. Erica, I think I'd have trouble with microblocks most days. And hello to Erica says hello to Maylee. All right. Let's see. All right. So So those two are there. And let's go ahead and put this one there. And right. And see. All right, so we have this here, and there. All right. So I am missing 1, 2, 3 of the brown. There's 1 white. All right, so put that there, and just get the wrench. And all right, so just 1, 2, 3 round. Short ones. I'll search the floor later. There's 1 short one. Let's see. One's buzzing. Anything important? Doesn't look like it. And whoops. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let me go ahead and oh, whoops. It helps if I actually post or click return on the link there. I'm sorry about that, Wendy. All right. So there we go. All right. So 2 more. Apologize for that. Let me just set these over here. Set that one over there. Seeing plenty of 1 by squares, but not seeing a lot of 1 by rounds. Let's flip this over. Oh, let me go ahead and see if I can find them on the floor then. Give me a second here, folks. If I can do this without knocking the cameras around, that'll be good. Alrighty. Oops. Problem is the color's good camouflage for the floor I've got. Found a couple pieces. They're not the right ones. All right, I'm just going to have to open these and spread them out. And I got another wrench. Alrighty. Plenty of longer ones. I'm not seeing a lot of the shorter ones. This is frustrating. All right, let me see if I have some in the other bag. Okay, so not in there. Actually, let me look at the ones from the other set. I might have some in there that I can use as extras. Alright, let's try with these. Have any short ones in here? Does not look like it. Let's just go ahead and push these out. See if anything will work. this is a white one. I think it'll work as a and dark gray one. Okay. Not perfect, but it's the right shape pieces, so we'll just go with it. It was a weird palette. But yeah, saving extras is definitely looks like it's going to be a good thing to do. Oops. Okay, get those out of the way. All right, we're ready for the next move. Sorry about that. All right, so on to 13. Alrighty. Alright, so 1x4s, go over to 2x4s. There we go. And alrighty. And these large ones here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And all right. That's why that one's off. That was one off there. There we go. All right, so this one goes here. And there we go. And there. And let me try with the wrench here, see if that works better. not exactly lined up. There we go. All right, and that goes there. And that goes there. Does not seem to want to seat properly. Let's see if I can do it manually. There we go. And there we go there. And there we go. All right, so that centering is done. All right, so outer ring now. See if I can do this without knocking any of this down. All right, so that's in place. And there. And 1x3 is there. 90-degree corner. Is all right. There we go. And a 90-degree corner there. Yeah. 90-degree corner there. And 1x3 there. '90-degree corner there, and there we go. Alrighty. Looks like this is a symmetrically uniform. There we go. And 1x3 there. Making good progress, though I am just about to the point where I'm out of the baggied up moves. So after this one, I will have to be counting them out. But I've got most of them And most of the big stuff all stacked up, so it shouldn't be too difficult. All right, let's see. Okay, the underside fell out of that one again. And looks like it did it on a couple of them.
Bye, dear.
Love you, dear. You have a safe one. I'll see you tomorrow. That was Mrs. Torn heading to work. All right, let me see. Got new stuff here. Gwen says, yeah, me too, at Erica. Having trouble with the micro blocks, I'm assuming. What level are you on now? I am currently working on move 13 or whatever. Amanda says, making good progress. And hey, Mrs. Torn. All right, so I've had 2 of the. All right. Let's see. Try to see if I can get these back where they're supposed to be. Actually, let's see if I get one of the long ones. Which are in this one here. Maybe I can use that to set it. So we'll put that in like that. And fuck. Well, this is one way to put it back together. All right, so alrighty. Okay, so so 3 there. All right, so that'll fit on there. And okay, so 3 there. And okay, not there. Right, so like all right, so 3 there. There. walking in before. Don't think so. All right. All right, let's see. All right, so that goes there. All right, so that goes there. All right, that's looking okay. And all right, so all right, so I think that's the back end. All right, so this is the back end. This is the side. So that 90 is there, and so that goes there, and this goes here. All right, so that's there. All right, so that'll go there, and so 90 goes there. That'll go there. All right, so in there. All right, so okay. All right, so that goes that way. That goes that way. Let's see. Oops. So I guess we're trying to fix it. Hey, Crystal, good to see you on. And Raymond YYC, give me just a second. I'm trying to fix a semi-catastrophic failure. All right, so that's there, and that's there, and so that goes there, and oops. All right, and 3 there. So that goes there. And that goes there. All right, let's see. And all right, so this goes there. Oops. And all right, so all right, I think I am. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so we got that there, and all right, this whole thing should go right there. And all right, so I am missing a couple. Let's see if where they went. Yeah, I'm not seeing where it went, unfortunately. Let's see if they get caught in here. All right, at least I think I have extra 1 or 2. From here I can use. All right, so there we go there. And let's see, can I squeeze these with the tweezers and get them to go together better? No, apparently I can't. All right. So this one goes there. Okay. All right, and there we go. So I think on some of these I need to do the super glue. All right. This is definitely getting into frustrating territory. Go back right there. All right, so that row is done. So and there we go there, and there. All right, so let's see, where is the other one missing? All right, so that's there. All right, so this is the one. All right, and let's see, can I set this in? All right, so let's just go ahead and lift this off. There. And put that back under here. And let's see. There we go. All right. It's not perfect. All right. definitely thinking glue. All right, there we go. And let's get this lined up. And gently put that back together. All right, where's the super glue? It's not super glue, but all right. Let's go ahead and squeeze a little bit of this out. Oh. Looks like there's not a whole lot in this tube. There we go. A little bit there. And all right, let's put that in there. And do a little bit more there. Hopefully that'll stay now. All right, do we need? All right, so looks like we're good for that. And we'll come around to it from the other side. All right, so all right, so gently put that there, there. 1x3. Carefully set that there. And there we go. And there. And 1x3. And there. And wrap around that side, wrap around on this side, and another 1x3. And oops. So 1x3 needed to be over 1, and this one needed to be there. And oops. Be careful, don't knock things over. And there. And there. That one go to. So do I have a 1x2 here? All right. Hopefully this one will stick in a little better. All right. All right. There we go. And 1x3. There, 90 there, there, and there, and 1x3, and 90. All right, finally. Okay. Let's see, I don't believe I have, yep. That's all the ones that are bagging up. Let me catch up with chat. I'm very sorry. Let me see. All right. All right. There was Gwen. Hi, bye, Mrs. Torrin. Rainman YYC. Nice to see you on. Hey, from Calgary and all. Crystal. Hey, hello all. Good to see everyone. Melee says, hey, Rainman YYC and Crystal. And Gwen says, hey, Rainman YYC and Crystal. Hello. Melee says, don't forget to thumbs up. And Crystal says, hi, Gwen and Melee. Gwen says, hit that like button an odd number of times, please. Once is good. And Crystal joined the club. Torrin, this was an issue after work. This was issue after issue at work. Sorry to hear that, Crystal. Hopefully things will improve. Probably going to do a lot of OT this weekend. Hopefully they pay you they remunerate you very well for OT. Gwen says, at least it's not full reset at this time. Yep. And Melee says, that sucks, Crystal. And Crystal says to Melee, it does, but at least I have you lovely people to relax with this evening. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming by for my belated birthday party. And Gwen says, I thought my cooker was about to go off, went out there, and I forgot to turn it on. I am so sorry, Melee. And Crystal says, oh no, Gwen, how long did you think it was cooking for? Melee says, Heart Crystal. And Gwen says it only takes about 17 minutes. Rainman YOC, is the assembly difficult? Is the assembly difficulty a quality issue? Dimensions? Yes, they're not. Some of them are very snug fit, and some of them are very loose fit, and the loose fits keep falling apart. That's why I put the glue on. Gwen says, so I'm waiting again. This time I know it's on. And Gwen says, or Gwen says, Gwen, that's disappointing. And Crystal says, 17 minutes isn't too bad. And Crystal says, what are you cooking? And Gwen says, no, it's really good, actually. And reheating fried brown rice with chicken. That sounds very nice. And Mary says, same, Torn. I just dropped my rocket. Rocket's on the floor. I am sorry to hear that. And Mary says, breathe. And I'm holding my breath. And oh no, or oh, here comes the glue. Yep. And Raymond says, have a great evening all. Gonna jump over to Runkle stream. Okay. And Raymond YYC, you too. And thumbs up to, or let's see. Yep, wave to Raymond YYC. Crystal, I'm going to head to Runkle stream. Have a great night, all, and remember to breathe. And Crystal Gwen says to Crystal, have a good night. Crystal, see you later. May says, I'm going to try and listen to Tug, Runkle, and Torn and draw. Thank you very much. And Crystal says, forgot to say happy birthday, Torn. Thank you very much, Crystal. And Gwen says, sound like a plan. Okay, all right, let's get to this next move. All right, so let's go ahead and pull out these big stacks here. Oops. There we go. And there we go. All right, so for this one, I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 2 of the long ones here. And 8 of the 2x8. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 4 of the 2x6s. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 2 of the 1x6s. All right. So all right, so 2x6, and let's see, make sure we know which way we're going. All right, so the white stuff is on front, and the narrow stuff is on the back. Okay, so we have there, and 1, 2, 3, okay, 2x8. Yep, that looks correct. All right, and then overlap by 1. There we go. And 2 by 8 there, and offset 2 there. There we go. And 1 off 2 by 8. There we go. And 2 by 6. And 2 by 8. One by 6 first, and then the long one. There we go. And skip 4, and then a 2 by 8. There we go. And extend over by 1. Goes there. And leave 1 over 2 by 6. And 2 by 8. There we go. And 2 by 8. Off by 1 there. And 2 by 8. Off by 1 here. Right, and there's a gap of 4 in between. And off by 2. And 1 by 6. And the longer one there. And off by 1, 2 by 8, 2 by 6. All right, there we go. That's move 14. And 15 has 14 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And oops, let's see, we also need 2 by 3s. Got a nice big stack of them in here. All right, so need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 4 1 by 6s. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so two by 3 will. Okay, 2 by 3. That one goes over here. And 1 by 6. And oops, line that up a little better so it fits down. And back 1 here. There we go. 2, 3, and 4. And 1 by 6, extend over 1. 2 by 3, lines up on this end. And 1 over, go there. And there. And off by 1 there. let's set it up. And 2x3. Put one here. Okay, that one fell off. It was a 1x6. All right, and there we go, 1x6 there. And alrighty, and 1x6, 2x3. Doing much better when it's not little teeny ones that keep falling off. All right, and there we go. That was step 15. Ooh, let me catch up real quick here. All right, let me see. Dave, MLS Law, Making Law Simple. Glad to see you went with tall and skinny. Actually, I went with tall and wide. They're not that much different. And Torrin? And Torrin, did you send out invites for this? Yes, I did. I sent them to the group chat that we were in. Let me see. I went to post it there. I also sent you one individually on Twitter. See, Gwen says this one's tall and wide. He did send invites out. And, well, he sent me an invite for the original scheduled date, but I never got a follow-up, so I didn't know if it was the same stream or not. Yes, it is the same. I did update it, so the same link should work. I just edited the date. If the same link works, I got a Lego set to build. Hey, thank you very much. Happy to have you on here. Yes, it is the same link, Gwen. Let's see. You could try it. And Amica Fan, hi peoples, finally made it. And Melee says, hey Amica Fan. And Gwen says, hey Amica Fan. And Dave says, okay, I'm in the treehouse. As soon as the computer's up and running, I'll see if the link works. I feel like Torrin might be surprised. Yeah, I'm a bit distracted. And Gwen says, coolness. All right, so I'm ready to go. I have my earpiece in so I can hear you. I will hear the little ding ding or whatever that bleepy sound it makes is. All right, so layer 16. There's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, I'm so sorry I'm late. How are you doing?
Not too bad. All right, let me switch over to here. And apparently I forgot a background.
No, I love it.
Let me adjust my volume here. I'm not hearing too well, so let me bump it up a little bit here.
I hope I'm not coming in too hot.
No, I had my volume down for my earpiece, so I can hear you better now. And I think, all right, we got Dave here too.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I'm a little behind then because I was just watching your stream. I didn't realize Danny joined us as well. Danny, how have you been?
Yep.
Good. I'm about to go stream here in a bit. I've got to eat some food. I haven't eaten all day. I'm so hungry.
I got this. There's this Japanese grocery store by me, and for years I would get this stuff for the office, and I realized like why don't I just have it at home? They have this instant miso soup and a bunch of other stuff that you could just sort of keep forever, and that's what I've been like living on since my wife's been out of town. But I love it. It's so good. And so I just had some of that, and now I'm going to come build some Lego with Torrin.
Nice.
Hogwarts set, Harry Potter?
Yeah. So I'm getting a bunch of Harry Potter sets sent to me because of my last Lego stream. Not my last one, two times before, 2 weeks ago. We were talking about doing Harry Potter Legos. So now I've got this set was sent to me, Wendy H. This one was sent to me. I'm not sure by who. And I got the bonsai tree. But I'm going to do this one right now with you guys.
Ooh, the bonsai tree looks pretty. I don't have Legos.
I have to do this one with Valhalla because he thinks I'm gonna struggle with it. And so I told him, I said I'd save this one for one of our Lego streams.
How long are you planning on going tonight, Torin?
I'm probably going to run till about 4 a.m. Eastern time because I also invited on Jeff and Hayden. So I wanted to make sure to give them as much of a time frame as possible to drop in. And I figured this is probably going to take me that long to get this one built.
You gonna build it in one stream, sir?
Yes.
You couldn't
Oh.
build the Lego in one stream on it. Well, actually, no, it was like 14 hours. So I guess that makes sense.
Actually, it was like 11 and a half, if I remember right. So, but
Maybe.
this one I think is like maybe 1,000 pieces, so I should definitely be able to get it done. My problem is that I was kind of feeling a little sleepy for a bit here right after eating some wings, and then this off-brand like micro Lego like kits. I think some of the quality control is not really there because some of the pieces, like you could put them together, they just wouldn't stick. They kept falling off the bottom. So I finally wound up using the little tube of glue to get them to hold.
So you're gluing fake Legos together.
Yes.
All right, we're good with that.
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun.
Aww.
My birthday, spending it in the hospital really sucked, but I was on the right side of the ground, so it wasn't too bad. So
yeah, I was following along with you on Twitter, and I'm glad to hear you're doing better. So that's good.
yeah, they still have no idea exactly what happened, other than I had apparently a pretty bad case of double lung pneumonia. They were worried about that with the oxygen, and so I was on like high flow oxygen for a long time, and then I started getting better, and they kept dropping the oxygen level down, and then it's like, okay, you're good enough now. We're going to kick you out and send you home.
Sounds
Well,
about right.
I'm glad you're doing better. It's really scary when oxygen levels get low, and then sometimes the hospitals, like, they don't take it very seriously. They're like, oh, you're at 83, 79% oxygen. You're fine. I don't care that your lips are purple and you're throwing up. I'm sure you'll fine. Like, they had a policy during COVID where they wouldn't let people in with low oxygen unless they had unless there were disturbances to their organs, their vital organs.
Well, I was actually fairly fortunate. When they got me there, they put me in like the ICU room first day, and then the next day they put me in like a step down. So I was still in the ICU department, but not directly in an ICU room. But it was like just right there, same nurses, same department, and they were really good at checking up on me and keeping the oxygen levels up high enough.
Oh, so. Good. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I'm so sorry that you went through that and you're still going through it. I know the recovery can sometimes be a little long.
The surprising thing about this is after I got out of the hospital, like within a week, I'm actually stronger than I've been for like almost a year. So as long as we can like keep whatever this is from happening again, I think I'm going to be okay. And I've started exercising to like build up my endurance, but I lost like 25 pounds through this, so had to get new clothes.
That's rough. That's a lot. That's certainly a lot. Yeah, the worst thing that's happened to me this week is I threw up this morning because I drank green tea and apparently I'm allergic.
Ooh, that sucks.
Which happens to me with coffee. I can't drink coffee either. But yeah, everybody around me is getting sick. I'm very fortunate that I haven't gotten sick yet. Hopefully never. Hopefully not till the end of the year at least. Like, just no sickness, please. Everybody stay away from Danny. That's my goal.
Yeah, my wife was suggesting that to like try and recover for this and not eat too much sugar. Go ahead and get like some high protein bars for snacks. And apparently the ones I get really bad headaches a couple hours after I eat them. Ooh. We tested today and didn't take anything. It's like, no headache today. Okay, yeah, not going to eat any more of those.
Yeah, it's so risky. Like, I hate that the FDA approves all of the stuff that they put in our bodies. And, like, how do you tell if you're allergic to yellow 5, which is basically an industrial byproduct, right? Like, you can't tell, and then it's too late, and then you've got cancer and you have like serious consequences as a result. And It just
Yeah.
sucks, you know? It sucks that they are not more vigilant, but I guess the revolving door of agency, people who go in and go out and make money in the process is just too strong, you know?
Yeah.
It's like on the one hand, they'll give you yellow 9 or yellow 5. They'll let you take that, put it in your body, get cancer, and then Pfizer tells the FDA, "Hey, guess what? We have the cure for that. We have a treatment for that." So it's a win-win for both industries, and it's a
like-
net failure for the rest of us.
It's like that Simpsons quote about alcohol, the cause of and solution to, right? All of life's problems.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not saying that the FDA is the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
No, but it's like on paper it makes sense. We're gonna have people from the industry help govern themselves, right? You know, because we don't want a bunch of bureaucrats that don't know what they're talking about. So it makes sense on paper. But then when you really think about it, you're like, wait a minute. They could probably manipulate the system so that it actually is advantageous to them. But nobody thinks about that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we're gonna let the government agencies decide how much power they have, whether they have the power or not. And yeah, they're just gonna start Chevron. They're gonna give themselves more power every time they can, unless they say, we don't want to deal with this.
Yeah. It's just disappointing. It's just sad and disappointing because you have two in the same agency governs and checks on two industries that benefit from the malfeasance of the other.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So, you're diabetic because the FDA has allowed excess, sugars into things that shouldn't have sugars. Oh, cute.
Nice.
And has allowed for all of these toxins and toxic chemicals to be introduced into the food and water that you drink and the sodas that you drink and everything else. And then the drugs benefit because they can make the cure for it. And you have the same agency governing both. And nobody sees this as a problem. What I think is the biggest failure of feminism in modern times is that we don't have any women in the FDA in positions of power asking, what the hell is in our makeup?
Yeah.
But a man tested it on a monkey, so it's fine.
So it must be fine. Yeah.
I love that. Danny, let me ask you this. We haven't talked in a while. What is your thought on, I've seen the meme like so many times. I don't even know if it's true. Like there's no female CEOs of any makeup industry or makeup companies or anything like that, or feminine products are all made by men CEOs. Is that true? And do you think that matters?
I don't know if it's true, but it does matter to a certain extent. I think that men know what they like to see on women, and I think that men have a better touch on how women compete with one another in those industries than some women do. So I think that men know how to entice the female market just fine.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that women do too. I don't have thoughts on it, honestly. I don't find it controversial. It's like dudes created, high heels. Am I going to be mad about that? Am I going to be mad because I have a bra? No. Am I going to be mad because I have tampons? That was created by men. No. Like, it's just a little absurd. Little absurd. No man created high-waisted jeans, says Valhalla Waits. Dude,
That's right.
high-waisted jeans are life. I freaking love high-waisted. I'm wearing some high-waisted jeans right now, actually.
I'm so glad that the lowriders are coming back with the from the 90s.
You know what lowriders get you? Ass crack,
venereal disease.
Ass crack and muffin tops. That's what lowriders get you.
Yeah, but on the right woman with the whale tail. No, I'm just kidding. I like my women to be. I like my women women. I say women, like my wife, for example. I prefer the professional look. That's way more in the modest professional look. That's way more attractive to me than anything else.
Why are you lying, bitch? Why are you lying now?
I
heard what you just said. You like the whale tail. You like the short skirts.
I was just
you like the cowboy boots with like boobies hanging out. Don't lie. Don't lie. I know your type now. Listen, there's nothing wrong with liking women who dress sexually. That's fine. Like you want to dress, to entice
here,
or to excite or because it looks good on you. Here's the thing that pisses me off is that women are told you can't wear this, you can't wear that, you can't wear this because you're going to look like a slut. When those are the
Yeah.
most comfortable clothes, okay? For a lot of women, the low-rise jeans look better on them and they're more comfortable to them. For me, high-rise jeans are way more comfortable because I have a tiny waist and I have big thighs and big hips. And so it looks better on me, high-waisted jeans. I am the person high-waisted jeans were made for. I'm not the person who the low-waisted jeans are made for because I have such a round bottom that it pushes the jean down and then I get plumber's crack. It's gross.
there's so my wife, like around the house, will tend to wear more leggings and things like that, or like bicycle shorts if we're out running and things like that, and that's fine. She's attractive, but when she gets ready for work and she puts on that like dress and
Mhm.
she puts on her heels, and because she's in a professional setting, I like that much better.
Oh yeah,
That's
no, I
yeah,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, there's a power dynamic to a woman in a power suit and like getting all dolled up for
she's
work.
also taller than me when she puts her heels on, so
Oh,
I like that
well,
too.
I'm taller than my husband with heels on too. So,
Yeah.
and he also enjoys when I get all dressed up and go to court. He's like, "You look so good." I'm like, "Yeah, thanks."
It's funny because when we first started dating and when we first got married, I was in suits all the time because I was constantly going to court. And now with Zoom, I have like a jacket and tie and shirt hanging behind me, and then I'll just throw that on with like my running shorts on or something, and then I take it off immediately. And I feel bad because she's always getting dressed up, and I'm like, I know I used to be in a suit all the time, and I know you like that.
I'm just glad I'm over the dry cleaning. Like, no more dry cleaning for a while. Like,
That
I've saved probably thousands of dollars on dry cleaning alone. Like, they make men suits and like men outfits to be easier to clean, and they're cheaper. Make this make sense. Make this make sense, okay? And I know it's been described to me before. Someone has said it's because the press for the male white button up shirts are so uniform, but I'm like, but my white button up shirt has no curve. It's not,
it's
you know
not the
what I
press.
mean?
It's not the press. You know what it is?
What
It's
is it?
because you will pay more.
That's what it is, right?
That's what it is. You will pay more, so they charge more.
Yeah, fat chance I won't pay more. Screw that. I'll go find my buddies who are Korean and own freaking dry cleaners, and then I'll harass them and be like, "Hey, you want to give me a deal?"
Although I will say, when I take my wife's shoes into the cobbler and I take my shoes into the cobbler, hers are a lot cheaper to get repaired than mine.
Really?
Yeah, because I have leather, leather. We're wearing leather shoes, and hers and mine are like leather soles and stuff. But her soles are thinner, and so when we replace the soles with the little tabs on the end of the heels and stuff, it's all just. I think it's just less material and probably easier to work with. But hers are always cheaper. It's like $15-20, and mine's like $60. You know,
Wendy H says that you catfished your wife.
I did. I apologize for that every day.
That's okay. My husband told me he swims like Michael Phelps.
Okay,
Guess who taught him
Michael
to
Phelps.
swim? Guess who taught him how to swim like shortly after getting married?
Nice. I was gonna say, does he swim like Michael Phelps when he's high? That
He's
Michael Phelps?
nah, not even not even that. He also he was like, "Yeah, I love hiking. I love hiking so much." And so we get married in our first ever outing where I was like, "Okay, we're going to hike this trail, it's actually up this canyon here. I love this canyon." Anyway, we were hiking up this canyon and we had gone 300 feet, maybe. And it was not even an incline. We walked for 300 feet and he's like, "How long is this hike again?" "I'm done." And I was like, "Okay."
That's
Hey,
awesome.
Wendy, welcome.
Hello. I wanted to tell you happy birthday. I can't stay on long. Oh my God, look at my hair. I can't stay on long. I have to finish cooking my kid dinner. It's 6:35 in California. She's
No
starving.
worries.
Make
And
her
I
make
wanted
her
to
own
say
food.
hi
Stop
to
in.
Danny. Hi,
Hey,
David.
Wendy.
Hi, it's so good to meet you.
So good to meet you too. I have to run to the store to get mason jars. My mom gave me like 50 peaches from a neighbor's tree, so I'm gonna make some peach jam.
Oh, that
Ooh.
sounds
Now, what do you
lovely.
use? Are you making jam? You're actually making jam, not a preserve or a jelly or anything? Or I mean,
No, she's gonna can some peaches.
preserve. Like, are you just preserving them, or are you making them? Are you? What am I saying?
He
Like you
wants to know if
do.
you're gonna make something with the peaches or not.
No, she said she's gonna make a jelly. You're gonna make an actual jelly, though. You use like
No, I'm gonna
gelatin
make
and all that
jam.
jam. Oh, I
Jam.
told you.
So I'm doing a 5-to-4 mixture of fruit to sugar.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. But I didn't
Wow,
know the
that's so
technical
How much
terms.
decadent.
sugar goes in unless you want to use pectin? I don't want to use pectin.
No.
Yeah,
You're
no.
doing the right thing. I just am like, I would love to
Yeah.
have sugar.
Yeah, no, 5-to-4 ratio on the sugar content, and you get yourself some really nice jam. Hey, Legal Vices.
Wow.
Happy birthday, brother. I wish I could be
Yeah.
there and not at
Super
work. Keep
chat.
up the good work. Thank you very much.
That's $100.
Yep.
That's amazing. He
Actually,
made
that's-
that is my first red boy.
Oh,
Thank you very much,
Aw,
Jeff.
Yay.
I don't like not winning.
I feel like I'm delayed. Am I delayed?
No,
No.
Okay.
You seem current.
I mean, you may be delayed, but you don't appear delayed on stream right now.
Do you mean like neurodivergent delay?
I didn't
Yeah,
say
that's what I was
like,
referring
I
to,
just
definitely.
said he may be delayed. I'm not judging. I'm just saying.
Not judging. Unfortunately, sadly for me, he's uber intelligent. Not that neurodivergents are intelligent, but David is
I just like the social skills. That's all.
The
correct.
thing that's I'm
Oh,
finding
that does
annoying.
sound a little neurospicy.
I'm finding annoying at the moment is I got diagnosed with attention deficit like in May, and I was on something for about 2 months, and then when I got sick, my doctor decided, well, I don't want you on this until we know you're better. So it's like I'm finding out it was actually really good at helping with my executive dysfunction. I was able to get stuff done, and now it's like there's a bunch of stuff I want to do, and it's like really, really hard to get anything done.
Oh my gosh, you
I
just
don't-
described my whole life. I was diagnosed at a really young age, fortunately. And like they don't diagnose young women because it's just not caught, but
It's a
that's how
boys
bad
thing.
my behavior was. Like,
My sister was also diagnosed about a year ago, and
Uh-huh.
her first doctor, it was really rough because every time she talked to him, he said, "But you did well in school. But you did well in school. But you did well in school." And it's like with attention deficit, it's kind of like if you are really, really smart, you can kind of hide it with the extra intelligence. And my sister is even smarter than I am, so it's. And they put me in like the gifted and talented program when I was like 6.
Wow.
6, no, not 6. It's 6th grade. Sorry, not 6.
Well, I was
So-
not smart enough to mask. They found out real quick that I was ADHD because I did not do well in school. And then I was just a menace and super obnoxious, which I still am. And I got back from my LDS mission in Korea and I couldn't speak the language. I couldn't read anything. And I'm also dyslexic with ADHD. And so Korean is super hard for me. Anyway, English is hard for me too, but Korean's super hard. So I got back and I was like, what is wrong with me? Why can't I keep a job? Why can't I stay in a relationship? Why can't I listen to other people? Why do I struggle so hard not to like put my hand up? And why can't I keep my damn mouth shut? And like, why do I have to interrupt everybody? And I sought help because my little brother was like, have you ever tried Adderall? I was like, no, I don't want to be medicated. That's what I told my mom, like my whole life. And then I tried Adderall once, and it was how I describe it is I say being ADHD is kind of like running in a fog, and you're in a race, a marathon, and it's cross country, and you're out running in the woods, and you hear people chasing you. You can hear people ahead of you. You kind of have an idea of where the road is based on what you're looking at right in front of you right now, but you keep falling on the same logs. You keep tripping on the same freaking rocks, and it just feels impossible because you can hear people passing you, and it doesn't matter how hard you try, how fast you run, and how much work you put into it, you can't find the damn finish line ever. And you're just constantly running through a fog. And the minute you take ADHD medicine, it's like the fog lifts. And you can see ahead of you, you can see behind you, you can see where people are, you can measure your steps, you can breathe, you can be like, oh, I have 6 miles to go. I'm almost already done. I've just been running in circles for the past, 20 years of my life
Then
because
you
I
can
didn't
hear,
realize.
you can hear people. You can hear them
I-
for the first time. Yeah.
You ever hear the 20% bee thing? Like
Mm-mm.
20% of bees don't go to the same field where the rest of the bees are going to get the to pollinate the flowers and bring the pollen back and all this stuff. And no matter what's going on, there's always about 20% of bees that just kind of go off and do their own thing. And scientists were studying this, trying to figure out, well, why are 20% of the bees just doing their own thing? If all the pollen's over here, why they're off? And what they realized is that at some point that field runs out, and those other bees are off there looking at other things, looking at other potential sources of pollen and that sort of thing. And then so when that field runs out, those 20% know where the other sources are. And the same thing is true with humans. There's 20% of us that, in my opinion, don't really follow the traditional line, the whatever sort of societal norms are considered. There's 20% of us that are incapable of doing that. They're incapable of, like Danny said, holding down a job. I can't work for somebody. There's no way. I wasn't really able to hold down a job working for somebody ever. But I flourish on my own. So I believe we're, the vast majority of us YouTubers are probably in that 20%, because there's something not with there's something not in line with the rest of the 80%. That's why, not everyone's on YouTube, or not everyone does the law practice the way we do, or whatever. And so I don't think it's abnormal. I think the medication works because the medication works. And if it works for you, that's great. But on its face, I don't think there's anything wrong with being that 20%. That's all I wanted to say, because it's
Oh,
necessary.
yeah. No, it's great if you don't have to live in the real world and actually live. Like,
Well,
but
yeah.
here's the thing, like, it sounds like you're pretty good at managing things. Do you know why I stopped streaming for a whole month? Why I haven't been streaming or making money? Because I haven't been taking my meds. I haven't taken any medication for a month, and I got zip done. Zip.
Yeah.
Zilch.
No, I
Zilch.
hear you.
My house was a
I
mess.
feel you.
I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't wash my face. I didn't shower. Like, it affects. There's some people, I think, ADHD is a spectrum. Some people can function, mask, like you were describing, Torin, your sister. Some
Yeah.
people can hide their ADHD really well, without even knowing they're doing it. Some
Yeah.
people like me are completely dysfunctional without
Yeah.
my medication. It is a lifesaver for me. I can't stream together two thoughts. I can't sit quietly the way I just did and listen to what you just said and make it make sense in my head without my medication. And I spent years trying. My entire college, like my undergraduate, my first try, I started to fail in my undergrad just like I failed in high school. And it wasn't until I took meds and it was like suddenly I had A's in every single class overnight. It wasn't because I was able to stay up late or party or study harder because of the
Or
meds.
cope. You weren't coping, you were medicated.
I was just medicated for the
Yeah.
first time ever. And I have been taking Ritalin since I was 24. No, 20. I came back from my mission I was 22. So I started taking it when I was about 22 or 23, and I've been taking it ever since. I'm now 34. So 10 years. And you can tell the difference between when I'm on my meds and when I'm not. Danny's a lot of fun without them. but Danny does nothing but be fun without them. I'm great. I'm a great time at parties. I'm great. I don't even need alcohol. Just give me a Sprite, let me do my thing. But like when I'm with my medication, it's just, I can help so many more people. I do better. I function better. My relationships are enhanced. Anyway, Wendy, it looks like you want to say something.
I have to go, and I'm so sad because I want to hang out with y'all. Torrin, happy birthday.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. I haven't seen you since Dollywood. And Danny, it's such a pleasure to get to meet you in person. David, always stalking and loving you.
Thanks, Wendy.
All
See
right,
you in a
guys.
couple of Saturdays, Wendy.
Okay.
Love
Good
you,
night.
Wendy. See
Love you
ya.
guys.
Wendy's
The main issue I've had with pretty much all my life is just, unless there's like a lot of time pressure, or it's like it's something job related where it's like if I don't do it, it's like I'm going to lose my job. I have a really, really hard time starting things.
I have to stay super organized. Like I always tell people, if it's not on my calendar, it doesn't exist in my world. And there's a reason, because I'll forget that it even is going on. And so I have a running list of all my cases and the tasks for my cases. And I started it because I had employees, but now I just use it for myself because I'll completely forget.
Yeah, I was actually talking to my wife, who, just a little anecdote here about it is that when I was teaching her how to do cloisonne enameling, she was following the instructions exactly as I gave it, because as my our roommate, who was the one who originally taught me cloisonne enameling, said, "What, were you raised by Germans?" And she said, "Yes." And but she's definitely in the there's a job to do it, let's do it. If it sucks, the sooner you get it done, or the sooner you start it, the sooner it's over with. And I was finally able to get explain to her, and I think it helped a lot, was that I said, I want to be able to do things. I want to be able to, start the stuff I need to do. And she said, well, it's, I understand there's a lot of stuff I don't like to do either, but you need to do it. And it's like, no, I can't start the stuff I want to do, the stuff I enjoy doing, the stuff that's easy for me to do. And I can't make myself start. And I think that finally was able to, explain to her that it's not that I am, I'm not doing things I don't want to do. It's that I just can't start things. And so that's one of the reasons why I was pursuing a diagnosis, so I could actually do things that I need to do.
That paralysis is the most real thing ever. And you get so over, I don't know about you, but when I get that kind of paralysis, it's usually because I'm thinking about all the things that have to be done in fine detail. And it causes me a little bit of anxiety. And then I just don't do anything. And I get anxiety paralysis. And I just kind of stare blankly at whatever it is I'm doing. And then that's all I feel capable of doing at that moment. And I can't just start. And you're right. It's things I enjoy doing too. Like I enjoy paragliding, and thank God it's early in the morning. First thing in the morning, it makes it so I can't think about it. I just get out of bed. That's the hardest part. Just get out of bed and then just brush my teeth and go. I don't care what I look like. I don't care if anyone sees me. I don't care. Just brush my teeth, get in the car, go to the flying hill, and then I'll figure out the rest of the day after. That has been a lifesaver for me. But everybody who's wondering if you have it, go get checked. I mean, you may not. You may have something else going on. You may have some behavioral issues. You may have learned some behavioral patterns that don't serve you, but served you at some point in your life that no longer are helpful to you. So
what you were just describing is like my every morning when I wake up. You just, you're sort of panicked with all the things that you have to do, and you don't know where to start, and so you have a hard time starting. That's like my every morning. It's trying to get that going.
yeah, that paralysis can be it's a decision-making paralysis too. It's that executive function part, the part of the brain that says you need to do XYZ thing. Okay, now do XYZ thing. Now just go do that. Now just go do that. Okay. that part of our brains just don't work. It's not there. It just
I'm wondering,
does.
I'm wondering how many people have that same sort of um experience, I guess.
Probably millions and millions and millions of people. It's probably pretty ubiquitous. I think the difference with ADHD is whether or not you can overcome it on your own. And if you can't, you have to recognize that you can't.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's the distinction is a lot of ADHD and ADD experiences are universal to most people. Most people experience, sensitivity rejection sensitivity, right? Where it's like someone looks at them weird and suddenly they feel like they're a horrible person and a loser and no one likes them, right? I'm sure a
Yeah.
lot of people experience that. The question is do you experience it rationally and all the time? Or do you experience it rationally and once in a while? Or is it all the time and it causes anxiety in your soul to where you don't even want to meet people because you're afraid that they'll reject you?
Yeah, there's definitely a difference there. And like you were saying earlier, I think everything is on some sort of spectrum,
Mhm.
there's more or less of something. And yeah, it's just interesting to hear someone else like you talk about a lot of the not symptoms, a lot of the same experiences that I have.
Oh, they're
Um,
symptoms.
it's
They're
refreshing.
definitely symptomatic. Like it's an illness. Like anybody who says, "Oh, my ADHD is a superpower." Well, good for you because it fucked me over. Like I'm
Who
glad
says
it's
it's
a
a
superpower for
superpower?
you. It's a super like distractor for me. It's destroyed my life. It literally destroyed my life. I can only imagine if I had a functional family and medication at age 5 or 8 when I was diagnosed, I could have gone to a much better school. I probably could have been a much more successful attorney. I probably would have chosen a lot of different choices in my life. But like when it comes to laundry isn't so bad for me. My biggest problem with laundry is I forget that I've done it.
And it
So I get
sits
a
there
lot
in
of moldy
the
laundry.
washer.
Yeah, I just leave it in the washer and I
It
forget.
it's funny because I was texting or I was chatting in Torrance thing, and I said, you know what? I think that link that he sent me does work, so I'll just pop on. And then as I was heading out, I walked past the washer and I was like, oh damn it, I forgot to change it over to the dryer. So let me do that real quick and then come on up here because I forgot.
Yeah, oh damn it, I forgot to change it into the dryer never happens for me. You know when it happens for me is when I go looking for my panties and I'm getting dressed in the morning and I'm like, "Shit, why don't I have clothes in my drawers? Where are my pants? Where is my shirt? Where I know I washed clothes." And then I go to the laundry room and I'm like, "Mother effer, did it again." The other one that I've done, like this is another reason I feel so strongly about being medicated and being an advocate for people who need medication. Um, Another one is like I am terrified of being a mother, unmedicated, and leaving my kid in the back seat or in the tub or leaving like my mom used to leave the eggs on. So she would go to boil eggs and forget that she had left eggs boiling on the stove. And so at least maybe a dozen times we've had to like scrape egg off the top of the ceiling
Oop.
in the kitchen because eggs explode if you leave them on the stove for too long, and the smell is just intolerable. All I'm saying is that if you're going to live in the modern world and you have ADHD, it becomes pretty debilitating.
Yeah.
But I agree. Hey, if we were in hunter gatherer times, I would have been the best. I would have been the tribal leader, baby.
Well, they say the same thing about sociopaths, right? Like sociopaths, the ability to go out and murder a bunch of people and then come back and kiss your son goodnight, was kind of a necessary thing for thousands of years. And it only became not necessary, say, like maybe in the last 300 years of human evolution. But you needed those people that could go out and war and pillage and do whatever and then come home and be completely functional. But now, now they're all serial killers because it's a function that our society, or not our society, our biology sort of needed for a while, like the 20% of the bees, that we don't really need now.
I can see that.
Okay, I got the what is it called? The little flying ball thing from Harry Potter. What's the thing
The
called?
snitch.
Snitch. Yes, the snitch. Yeah, I got that little thing there. Kind of hard to focus. I don't know if we can focus in. This little set's cool.
I will be back in just a minute.
No, you can't go. It's your birthday stream.
Well, I've been drinking a fair amount of fluid today, so I will be.
Okay.
back
Go and come
momentarily.
back. We'll cover for you. None of you saw that.
So, Danny, what have you been covering on your channel?
Just the regular. I'm doing the P Diddy stuff. I'm gonna cover the Eric Adams case, the federal indictment that just was dropped on him. Fannie Willis is supposed to have. There's another hearing.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
So I'm doing that and just trying to get healthy and lose weight. What about you?
Sorry, my daughter's was coming in looking for a lighter. They're doing a bonfire. I haven't been streaming at all anything because I kind of retired back in February from the whole YouTube stream thing. But this week I've been streaming some. I did the Turtle Boy hearing, Aiden Kearney. I covered his hearing today. His trial is still moving forward. And then I did a breakdown on the What the Hales versus Lynette Preston lawsuits, the going back and forth. That's insanity. And then other than that, I've been just doing these Lego streams, which has been a lot of fun. We've been interviewing a lot of people. In fact, we have one coming up in 2 weeks with Farrell, housewife, and then we have Ron Coleman's coming on the 19th. But we just had this guy on, and I keep promoting his show. We Got This. He's an American actor, writer, director, but he's living in Sweden, and this is his TV show. This thing is amazing. Everyone that's listening needs to go check this out. But we've been having a lot of fun doing that. That's been primarily what I'm doing, just interviewing a bunch of people and building a Lego.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a good time.
That's awesome. Well, I love you guys. I need to go buy some mason jars and eat some food. And then when I come back, I didn't know this was going to be a crafty stream. So when I come back, I'm going to be making a Faraday bag.
Oh,
very cool. Yeah, I bought the tinfoil. So now it's just a matter of putting it all together. It's so funny when people are like, "Oh, you're a tinfoil hatter." I'm like, "Yeah, literally though." Yeah, literally though. Not a hat, just a bag, but literally yes. Yes, I do. I believe in the tinfoil. The worst is when the TSA like gives me shit about my Faraday stuff and I'm like, "Why are you mad?" I was like, "You can check it. I'm opting out. You're patting me down. Like clearly I don't have shit on me, but anyway. I will be back. I love you guys.
Have fun. Go get your cans.
Bye.
Bye. Or jars, rather. I've been making salsa. We have a tomato plant, several of them actually. I've been making tons of salsa, and so that's what I use all my canning jars for.
Okay.
But I've been thinking, I'm like, I really want to can something. I like the idea of me being able to be self-sufficient sort of household. And so I like the idea of canning things, and I've never done it. And so that's why I was asking Danny some questions. I want to try it.
We did make some salsa with some white tomatoes a few years back. Looked weird, but tasted pretty decently.
My tomatoes are mostly yellow. There's a few red ones, and it looks weird, but it tastes amazing.
Yep. Well, our roommate isn't really able to handle all the acid in normal tomatoes, so we got some heirloom varieties, and the whiter they get, the less red they have, the less acid they have in them. So if you get the purple heirlooms, they're like ultra high acid.
I have a recipe that I got from my no, I guess he is my son-in-law now. I was gonna say future son-in-law. But it calls for like a particular number of these large tomatoes, and we had to do all this calculation because we only have like the cherry tomatoes. So we need 50 cherry tomatoes, and we need 3 jalapenos and all this stuff. But we have to start with like 50 of these small little tomatoes. It turns out good.
Okay. Yeah, we found a company that sells a lot of heirloom seeds, and so it's been fun every so often to get something that's like, you know, not your usual ordinary varietals for.
Yeah. I have to say though, I don't like tomatoes generally. I like pico and I like salsa, and that's the only time I really like tomatoes at all. So for me to venture out and eat any tomato is quite an achievement. So I'm happy with
Okay.
myself.
Yep.
And now I'm building this piece backwards, but that's okay. We'll do it like this.
I got these little. Let's see. Actually, let me.
Gotta hang up the sword.
These
This
little
thing's
fish
cool. I don't know what
statue
this thing-
things. Nice.
Oh, nice. That's very cool. Yeah, so this, I guess these fold in. This is like the little. This is what's it called? I'm horrible with Harry Potter stuff. This is
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor. Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember the name. So this is Gryffindor that I got. Maybe I can get all 4 houses. That would be cool.
Yep. Speaking of books and series like that, Audible has been like a great boon to me because I pretty much ever since I've been a kid, if I start reading a physical book for like a novel or something like that, not like, you know, a technical manual or something, I pretty much cannot stop until I reach the end of the book. And that kind of makes it hard to, like, you know, go to work when you just spent the entire night reading a book. Fortunately, I can read them very quickly, but it's
I've done
rough at
that.
times.
I've done that. I did that like before when everyone was like, "You always got your face buried in your phone." That's what my mom says now. Quit looking at your phone when you're at a family function. But it used to be quit reading the book. Put the book down and go engage with people. That was always my problem. But I didn't want to engage with anyone.
Yeah, it's like, why do I need to talk to people? I'm having perfectly good time with my book.
I know. I'm fine. I'm fine. You guys are good. I'll chime in when I got something to say.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the black guy gets the white wand, and the white guys get the brown wands. I gotta remember that. I got all these wands mixed up.
All right. Let's see. One of the minor annoying things is with these particular instructions for this company is I have to like go to my cell phone camera and like magnify it so I can see where the dividing lines are between the different different blocks, so I know which blocks to go in which spots. And that one doesn't go there. That one goes. There we go.
I used to get in trouble in middle school because my dad would wake up for work, and I'd still be wide awake in bed reading. That's what Valhalla says. That's awesome.
Yep.
My daughter used to stay up late and read, and she still does to some extent. And when she was younger, though, and they're just learning to read, I had a hard time saying no. Put the book down, because you're like, well, she's reading.
Yep.
But now it's kind of a bad habit she's in.
Yep. I forget what I was going to say about that other than, there's, I also pay attention, follow on Facebook and Twitter some authors that I like Larry Correa. And he's talked recently about how the way they teach reading in schools at times is like they're trying to, it seems like they're actually trying to get them with an aversion for reading going forward. Like, you have to spend 3 months on The Great Gatsby.
Oh, yeah.
So, but...
you know where I actually fell in love with reading? was in high school. It was my senior year, and I had never really been a big reader. I kind of hated reading, and so
Mhm.
I never really read anything. But it was this. I don't even know why. I think, well, to be fair, they were trying to push me out. They didn't want me there another year, and they were like trying to do anything just to get me to graduate. So I had this class where my one of my gym teachers actually just read a book to us, and we would just like sort of follow along, and then we had to like take notes and stuff. I don't know what the point of the class was, but anyways, that was the first time I had really like, I guess, listened to a novel because I really wasn't reading it.
Mhm.
And I said, you know what, that was pretty good. It was Endor's Game, and then I bought it and read it again myself. And I said, you know what, I like reading, and I just never really been exposed to it. I don't think so. So
But
I, even though I think it was just a bullshit class that they were pushing on me and a couple other students just to get rid of us, it
mhm.
still ended up beneficial.
Yeah. Anyway, the reason I was kind of bringing that up is because I've had people when I was younger where I would read fast enough that it was like essentially a movie playing in my mind. And people were asking, how can I learn to read faster like you do? And it's like, first off, start with something you like to read. I mean, like stories that you like or something like that. Don't practice stuff that's boring. Find the stuff you like to read and just keep reading it, and things will improve as you go along.
I've never been a good reader. Never been a fast reader, I should say. And I need to read in print. Like if you see some of my streams and I'm trying to read it off of the computer monitor, it's
Hmm.
so bad because my mind does not read off of computer monitors very well.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
it's a struggle.
I'm
Okay.
actually fairly decent with computer monitors because when I started with computers, my dad was computer salesman. Like when I was 8 years old, I was part of his works. They made a local TV commercial for the Commodore PET,
Okay.
and we had like old, dumb terminal where it's basically just a monitor, and we'd have like a acoustic modem that was like, I think I started at the 1200 baud era, and I actually I wasn't I would say the best kid at the time because I figured out how to like and we are well beyond the statute of limitations, but I figured out how to like war dial the like MCI phone long distance phone cards to be able to hook up to bulletin boards in other parts of the country. Uh,
Yeah, I think we're beyond this. I think we're beyond anyone caring because that's so
yeah,
old technology. But yeah, the statute of limitations for sure.
but yeah, I mean, like one of the first bulletin boards that I think made like it was either Newsweek or Time magazine cover in like 1984. I was actually on that one for like 6 months prior to that article coming out. So, but yeah, I was really into computers when I was younger.
That's cool.
Still pretty much into them.
I still don't understand them. I don't understand how a computer knows how to even turn itself on. When I just don't get it.
Yeah, I still don't really get the change from the how the zeros and ones get to actually implementing things.
I'm like,
But
I can get it once everything is set in motion, but it's like, how does it get set in motion? I don't.
yeah,
Yeah, it's confusing to me.
so but I I was really good at when I was doing the IT work, being able to like diagnose hardware problems. Uh, I think the weirdest one I ever did was my work at the time had like an X-ray alloy tester gun, and we had just had some computers that were switching over to solid-state drives, and essentially we had computers that would go non-bootable. But if you were able to do like had a repair install image, you could get it back up and running like a couple minutes. If otherwise, you'd have to like reformat and everything like that. And I'm pretty sure I tracked it down to the X-ray alloy gun was not that well shielded, and the X-rays were like flipping bits on computers that were like a straight line view from where they were testing for the solid state drives.
None of that makes sense to me. I don't get the jargon.
Well, basically, the solid state drives are basically circuitry memory, and they use they have like traces for components, and they get so small with the traces that sometimes the electrons will like jump from one trace to another, and cosmic rays and stuff like that will like make it even worse. And X-rays are kind of like midway between cosmic rays and nothing, so it doesn't happen very often, but it was happening often enough, and I couldn't find anything where anybody had any idea of what it was. And it's like, okay, I may be wrong. This is my working theory. And we started putting like the computers behind brick walls or behind a metal pillar, and then they stopped having the problems. So,
so like just brick walls, not lead lined or anything?
no, X-rays are not all that strong. For ionizing radiation, they're kind of like at the bottom of the barrel. They can be damaging up close, but the amount of energy they have in the radiation is relatively low. Gamma radiation, cosmic radiation are a lot higher. So,
What was her name? Was it Madame Curie or whatever? The woman that like did all the radiation study and ended up killing herself with her studies. Was that her
yeah,
name?
Marie
Madame
Curie.
Yeah.
Madame Curie or Marie Curie.
Yeah. That's what I think of.
And she did a lot of work with radium. So,
Did you hear about that guy that like blew a hole in his head? Like he was assembling some radiation testing thing, and he had to put the lid on very slowly, and he like dropped it, and it shot out radiation and just like hit him in the head with
Yep.
so much radiation, like he was literally the Walking Dead. He knew he was going to die at some point.
Yep, they call it the demon core. Basically, it had a neutral. They had the radiation source, and they had like half spheres, and the more that they would bring them together, it would reflect more neutrons back into it, increasing the output. And if it actually like hit down, it hit what they call a prompt criticality, which means that it generated enough energy, it like basically blasted the top off again. On one of them, the other one, the guy realized what happened. He flipped it off as fast as he could. But yeah, once it drops down, it like really accelerates the amount of energy output. And,
I think he was holding it up with a pencil or something, and the pencil slipped and it dropped down. And it's like, really,
yep,
guys?
that was it. It's either a pencil or a screwdriver.
Something like that.
But,
yeah.
Yeah. That was
I feel
back in
there
like.
Could have been something better to hold it up with.
Yeah. I have a very, very healthy respect for radiation.
I just had some X-rays done on my foot, and so they invite you in to the X-ray room, and they say, "Okay, stay in here. We're going to have you do these different little turns and put your foot this way and that way." And as I'm standing there, and the woman is in the other room, she's like talking to me, and I'm looking over, and there's a small little sign that says, "Before you get any X-rays, let us know if you're pregnant or believe you are pregnant." So after like the third X-ray she takes in my foot, I'm like, "Oh, by the way, I'm pregnant." But I'm like, it's such a ridiculous sign. Why is it so small? Why is it tucked out of the way? Why was that not like front and center? That's really a concern.
Yeah.
But apparently it is, and you can't, I don't know how much that really affects the kid, but if it does, it would be good to know.
Yep. I seem to be unable to find some of the parts I need.
I am really butchering this build. I'm disassembling so many different things and reassembling it again because I'm screwing up. But that's okay. That's part of Lego's charm.
Yep.
disassemble, reassemble. Just realizing I have like all the wrong pieces, the color of the pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm having a hard time with the colors today, but this is like the third time I've had to take something apart because I accidentally put a black piece here instead of a gray piece. And then I need the black piece up here now. Do you find that that particular type of building block is a lot more fun to play with as opposed to Lego?
Actually, I probably have a lot more fun with actual Legos. The reason I've been getting these is because they're relatively inexpensive. I mean, this particular kit I'm working on was $15.
That's a lot less expensive. I've been looking at some of the off Lego brand sets, and I don't really want to do it for a Lego build
Yeah,
because the show is called, Lego La La
Lego. Yeah,
Foundations. But just for the hell of it, I thought I might get a couple of sets and just sort of like compare them or just build them for fun because some of them are really cool. Oh, you want to see something cool? Let me see if I have this. I got to wait. Where's my other channel? Why can't I log into my email?
and I think
Let me
one
do it
was
this way.
asking if those were scrolls or rolling pins. I guess if you're doing Hogwarts, it's probably scrolls.
These were candles.
Okay.
These were little candles that I had. Oh, there we go. The little candles that I made. Those are kind of cool. They're with the like the chalice cup and then a little white stick and a little flame on top. All right, let me find this email on my phone and then send it to myself. So this is a Chevy Impala Lego set that another YouTuber built and then tagged me in, and I said, "Ooh, do we have the plans for this?" But I got to show you this. So this is with real Lego,
Hmm.
but it's not a Lego build. It's like fans put it together,
Hmm.
but it's made with real Lego. So let me see if I can. Am I able to share my screen? Here we go. There you go. If you want to pull that up. So look at this thing.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, that's really cool. Just with all the Lego parts and everything. And then this is the whole like plans to build this. And then
Yep.
she sent me another link with all the part lists and stuff. But this thing is cool looking. Let me see if I have. Yeah. So let me. It's not this one. Let me pull up this other screen. They even built like the engine. It's really cool. So look at this.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Nice.
Yeah. So they have like the engine in the interior.
Hmm.
This is all built with actual Lego. It's just not a Lego design. It's just some fan came up with this. And so
Okay.
I might order all these parts and build this. This is cool.
Yep. I heard they have a Battlestar Galactica fan design that sounds like it's really cool, but also a um, whole lot of parts to get to be able to build it.
Yeah, I don't imagine this is going to be a cheap build. It's going to be a lot of parts that I'm going to have to order from Lego.
This is annoying. I've got 2 parts I'm supposed to have that I don't appear to have.
Mm-mm.
Unless they're hidden somewhere in these stacks.
Lego's not the only one with missing parts in their kits.
Yeah. Basically, I need these in the darker brown, but yeah.
Maybe you accidentally used them somewhere else.
I don't think so. Let me look through here and see if, because I've got 2 left in the lighter brown, and
That was my whole thing. I feel like as I'm digging through and looking for the parts, if I can't find it, I'm like, I bet I used it somewhere else in the build. And sure enough, at least it's happened 3 times now in this build.
oh, I'm fine. I was trying to redo a move I'd already done, and I used them up in that. And I just realized I finished that one. I need to move on to the next one. So
All right, how does this go on? I need to. It's interesting. So they have this little plastic like background.
Mhm.
And it doesn't. It's kind of 3D
hologrammy.
hologrammy. That's the word I was looking for. So now this has to go in here somehow. Oh, that's what those are for. That works. That's kind of cool. I've never had a set that has like this hologram thing.
Okay,
Kind of. Yeah.
nice.
So that's kind of cool. Oh, there we go. All right,
Okay,
now what do
so
I need to do? Lay down his back, do this.
I figured out where I went wrong. The last move and this move both had these little fish statues in it, and I think that's where I got distracted and went to the wrong one. 2, 4, 6, 8.
We'll try not to distract you.
No worries. I'm easily distractible by just about anything.
You have been you've been busy building these. I noticed a lot of your recent streams have all been these block builds
Yeah,
as opposed to your weaving.
well, I figured when I got out of the hospital that I would probably try and take it easy rather than like jump into like setting the Takedai back up and starting directly into a braid. Plus, the next braid I'm doing is Kurt's, and I need to do the design for it. And I'm stuck on the I can't start on the design thing, and it's frustrating. And I need to like get doing it, and it's so this weekend I'm going to try and like get started on the design for it. I've got a pretty good idea of what I want to do for it, and I think he'll like it. It's going to be like since he's a fan of Clemson. I was going to do their in orange and black, do the tiger paw mark for their team logo, and do his channel logo, the 3-pillar.
That'll be cool.
Courtroom facade front, and I was going to try and do the bee fish, but I'm not sure that I can actually properly translate that into the braid medium. And I figure that'll probably be an acceptable braid.
I think you will be very pleased with it.
Yep.
I was watching him a little bit earlier today.
Yep.
Oh,
And I think I showed this.
Apart.
I think I showed this to you before, but this is the one I'm planning on seeing if I can make a nice bolo tie out of.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, that looks very cool. I like that a lot.
Yep. I just got to figure out the best way to make the clasps so that it pulls tight and slides the way it should.
Yeah, I'm not sure how best. Well, they have you can probably do like the wider clasp, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety that I'm pretty sure I can get what I want. It's just a matter of making sure that it works properly. And if I can't find what I'm looking for, I'm actually fairly crafty. I mean, I could machine or do this, like silversmithing or something like that to get it get what I need done. So
that sounds good. That'll be awesome. The only other person that's ever made a bolo tie for me is my grandfather.
Okay.
And I have several of them.
My paternal grandfather also would wear a bolo tie.
That was the style back then. I've worn it a couple of times, but I don't wear it too regularly. I have worn it in court actually once though. It's technically a tie. You can get away with it.
Starting to think I might need to glue these on with the, because it wants to. It's not
Yes.
well supported. They want to fall off.
You have some
I got-
CA glue or something, or what are you using?
Well, this is what came with the previous kit, but
Oh, okay.
I have a nice large bottle of fairly decent consistency super glue, and I've got a bunch of whisker applicators. I just not sure where it is at the moment. Not sure I want to track it down, but I also want to be careful because I know that frosts up the plastic on a lot of different plastics.
It does, yeah. You got to make sure that you don't get it on the surface. That's anything that's going to be visible, I think, is the
Yeah.
goal.
Yeah, some of these are really not sticking in very firmly. I like pull these off to put the little things on, and they go flying. Because some of them, it's like a really tight fit, and you have to really press to get them to join up. And others, it's like you set it on there, and it's like it drops in place, and there's like no resistance, and you tip it upside down, it's just gonna go flying.
That's the thing that made Lego Lego. Like everyone knew about it. It was the clutch power, and they are so. Lego is insistent that their clutch power be good, and if that's one of the number one things that would cause a Lego brick to be rejected is if it's not if the clutch power is what they call it. If it's not proper, then they'll reject the piece. Okay.
Yeah.
So
And I know
this
from,
is- oops, sorry.
I was just about to say, I know that pretty much all 3D printers that are like reasonable price on the market are unable to make it Lego bricks to the tolerances necessary for them to work properly.
Let's see here. There is my finished build.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looks great.
Gryffindor. There we go. So, yeah, that's cool. And it folds up too. So, like this chessboard stows away here, and then you can drop this down and then fold this up and like hang it on the wall or something.
Okay.
It's got a little hanger, so I guess you can hang it on the wall even open too. But yeah, no, this is very cool.
Like a triptych style.
Yeah. So I'll hang it somewhere. I'll hang it.
Okay.
Well, for right now, I'll temporarily hang it in front of Dolly and the expert. But that's just temporary, everybody. See, there it goes. It's on the wall now.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll work. I like that. So now I got Harry and his friends. Gotta figure out where to put them.
Oh, one of the things I was thinking of from I think it was the stream before last with Lego, when Wendy was talking about Roe versus Wade.
Oh yeah.
As far as like the right to privacy and whatnot, and it's like the right to control your body. It's like, okay, try and do it for anything other than abortion. Like take whatever drug you want, certain body modifications, and it's like outside of that very specific use case, they're not willing to have the right to privacy actually mean anything for anybody.
Well, and that was the
It's
point that I was trying to make with her. Is I said, do you believe that some drugs should be illegal, or that the government should be able to control vaccines, or vaccines are mandated, or anything like that? And I was like, if your answer is anything other than no, absolutely not, all drugs should be legal, then the government shouldn't mandate any vaccines, and then it's a hypocritical position. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know if it came across. All right, my pieces are falling off, but I like this a lot. This is really cool. I want to get the other three.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is very cool. Yeah, that's what I was trying to like convince her of. That was a fun little political debate.
Yep.
Which I don't mind talking politics. A lot of people don't like it. But I'm cool with it.
Oh, it depends on the forum for me, because as a constable, one of the things I do is I'm at the polls on election day, because in Pennsylvania, constables are the only law enforcement that are allowed at the polls on election day.
Yeah.
And the while technically what constable is like a partisan position, uh, what I do at the polls is not a partisan job. So I specifically um, don't deal with anything like that. And the I
Wait, you run
consider
on a party ticket?
yeah,
Okay.
you have to be Republican or Democrat. You can also do it as an independent.
I was gonna say, run as a libertarian, man. Stir up the system.
Yeah, of course, Pennsylvania is a closed primary, so if you're not registered as one of the two major parties, you can really almost never able to vote in primaries. My wife is registered independent, so she's not really able to vote in primaries either. But I consider that I'd done my job well enough when the opposing party's uh, observer person said that 6 years after I'd gotten elected first time and I was running again, they didn't realize I was the other party until they realized I wasn't actually running on their primary, and they actually did not. They decided not to put anybody up against me, because I had, they liked what I was doing and I'd done a good enough job that they figured if they didn't know which party I was until they didn't see me on the ballot, that I was probably uh, doing it, handling the job in a nonpartisan manner.
Right. Well, he's no threat to us, right? That's what they're.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I lost a wand.
Sorry to hear that.
Where did the wand go? This is the one. I need to have like a Dexter style drop cloth set up when I'm building Lego.
Okay. Yeah, I keep having stuff fly out of my hands and land on the floor, and then I can't find it. And next day, I had to go around and looking like, oh, okay, there it is. And
Yeah, you always find it after the fact. You know, I was going to tell Valhalla is on the last Lego stream we were building the R2D2s, and as I sat here earlier today for my stream, I realized I'm like, oh, there's a sticker pack and there's 2 stickers missing from my R2. They're still on the sheet, and so I had to finally finish my R2. But I always miss something. I always drop something, and eventually you find it.
Yep.
Right now, I'm gonna just leave him without a wand for the moment.
Okay.
What's his friend's name in the movie? Harry's friend?
Ron.
Ron has no wand. Harry does, and I forget the
Hermione.
no, the black kid. I forget his name. He's got a wand. He's the one I have in here. Let's see. What are their names? You can see how much I like this movie. I don't remember anyone's name.
Yeah. I admit that as I was reading the books and seeing the movies and whatnot, I wound up kind of feeling like Harry's character was kind of really super passive type, not really doing anything, and it was his friends that were actually doing like the majority of the work, keeping him alive and whatnot.
You know, you're not wrong. We, my wife and I, went down to Universal and took my stepson down and his boyfriend, and I think my kids came. Anyways, on the way down, I'm like, I've watched a lot of the movies. I don't think I've watched all of them, and I definitely haven't watched all of them in a while. So on the drive down to Florida, we actually streamed the movie the whole way, all the movies. And when you watch them back to back to back to back to back, and I'm like, so Harry's a little whiny. I mean, I get it. He's not happy, and he's also like not very skilled. He's not doing a whole lot. Okay, now he's got a little bit more like purpose to him, but he's still just sort of reacting to everything happening around him. He's not really leading,
Hmm.
especially in the later films. Not say
Yeah.
that they're bad. I was expecting a little more. All
Yeah.
right, now it's all set up.
You expect the chosen one to be like a little more active and
Yeah. You
take
could say this-
charge type thing.
You could say the same about Luke Skywalker in Star Wars.
Yeah.
He was definitely just responding to everything going on around him. All right. Yeah,
I don't
all
know
the lurkers hit the like button.
Thank you. Gwen's a great mod.
Dean Thomas. Is that his name, Valhalla? Is that this young gentleman's name? Is it Dean Thomas? I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with chat. When I talk, I've got like essentially 2 tracks. I can do the Lego and I can talk, and that's about it.
Well, yeah, that's why we brought Wendy in for the Lego streams, because after 2 episodes, Valhalla and I were like, we can't keep up with chat. There's no way, because we're so engrossed in building and all of that we need somebody. And immediately went to Wendy because she did such a good job interviewing me. At that point, it was like maybe 3 months prior. And so we said, definitely get her on here. And she's been awesome since.
Yep.
I'm eating the last of my Necco. Do you like Neckos?
I grew up with them being one of my dad's favorite candies. So
They were
we would
always
get
my dad's, yeah.
we would get the rolls of the chocolate one and the rainbow ones, and I always liked the rainbow ones better than the chocolate.
Me
And
too.
Couldn't stand the licorice ones.
Oh, I love the licorice ones, but they come in the variety pack.
Yeah.
My dad loves the chocolates. One year, for birthday or for Christmas or something, I bought him a whole case. It was like 30 some rolls of chocolate Necco, and that was awesome. But I saw Necco at the store today, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a roll.
Okay. My dad's other favorite candy when I was growing up was circus peanuts.
You know, I remember those as in eating them, but thinking like candy corn for me. I don't know if I like it, but once I start, I can't stop eating them. And circus peanuts are the same way.
Okay.
Like it's weird. I don't know if I like either one, but if you put a bag in front of me, I'm going to eat them all.
Yeah.
So, did you do something special for your birthday once you got out of the hospital?
Well, I finally got a regular paycheck this week, and
it's always
my wife's anniversary, and my wife and I's anniversary is September 18th. So we figured that we would. There's a absolutely wonderful Korean barbecue not too far away from us called Salt, and last time we were there, it was just an absolutely fabulous dinner. So we were planning on going out and having dinner together once things settle down, but we haven't done that yet.
Well, that's good. You can always spread the birthday cheer out an entire year.
Okay.
This is an interesting game. This is a Danish game that was given to me by FD Food Fairy, and it's more of a conversation starter than a game. I made Wendy go buy it to ask some of our interviewees questions during the Lego stream because they're interesting, and I've been flipping through them, and some of them are really good, some of them not so good, but they're all interesting conversation starters. So like this card has 3 questions, and I don't know the rules of the game. I don't know if you're only supposed to ask one of them or how it works, but describe a time when you did something reckless or daring. And then the other one is, if you could go back and relive one day of your life, what day would that be? And then what can we learn from children? And I really like this these conversation starts. So I'm going to ask you one of these.
Okay.
I want to know what we can learn from children. What do you think we can learn from children?
I'd say probably returning to spontaneity, because a lot of kids just don't have filters, and they'll like when something gets their attention, it's like they'll switch on at full focus and uh, take full enjoyment out of it. The joy of finding the perfect stick for pretending it's a wand or something like that.
Yeah. That is the one thing that's nice about childhood, right? Just that spontaneous nature. They don't overthink too many things.
Mhm.
No, I like that. What word or phrase do you tend to overuse?
Does that make sense? Which I picked up from my wife.
Let me tell you a story about this. That's an awesome phrase. I got a whole story about that. So I have a client who has he has a closed head injury from he was in the military, I think Army.
Hmm.
And when we're having conversations, he'll end not every sentence, but almost every sentence with "Does that make sense?" And so I mean I tell her I don't, it is what it is, and I always say like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I found myself repeating it back to him when I'm explaining like legal process. Like
Hmm.
even today, I said the lawsuit's been filed. He's now been served. And his question was, well, what's the next step? And so I said, well, he's got 21 days to file an answer. If he doesn't answer, then we can issue a default, but he probably will answer. And then we do. Does that make sense? But now I find myself saying it to other clients that are not him. And I'm like, oh, I say it too much now. I say it too much. I can't. I just
Yeah,
catch myself.
my wife says it all the time, and it's like, okay, it has now through osmosis invaded my speech patterns,
Mm-hmm.
and it
It's
annoys me a lot. But oh well.
I catch myself doing it all the time, but I always catch myself after I've said it.
Hmm.
That's funny though. That's your phrase.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would if I was asked that question. I don't think I would have come up with that. But now that you brought it up, I feel like that is probably one that I've never said it on stream. I don't think. Maybe I have. But
I don't remember it, so you probably haven't much.
it's more of a like after I explain a lot of legal things to a client.
Just had a Steam pop up. They updated their user agreement.
User agreement for what?
For Steam, it's a game service. AKA,
You like these questions though? Aren't these questions good?
Yeah. Yep.
So here's another one. There are like 3 questions, right? Should the U.S. have mandatory voting? What do you think would be the biggest change in your life in the next 5 years? And then name something you look back at and think, I can't believe I did that. And there's tons of these cards. That was just like one card. Each card has 3 questions. So there's tons of questions.
So what was the first one on that set of 3?
Should the U.S. have mandatory voting?
No. My opinion on voting is if you aren't willing to learn what the issues are and who the candidates are, I don't really want you. If you're not willing to do that, I don't really care if you vote because if you haven't learned the issues, then it's kind of like just adding randomness to the process, or letting somebody who's really good at slogans but not describing policy or stuff like that. But then again, I tend to be a policy wonk type person as far as issues. But that's just, my opinion on that particular process. And I know some countries have mandatory voting.
Yeah, I think Australia does, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken. So what do you think the biggest change in your life will be in the next 5 years?
Hopefully get to the point where I can actually seriously considering transitioning to income on YouTube. Get large enough of a channel to be successful for that, but probably it's going to wind up being rolling into retirement. Well, actually, that's probably not 5 years. That would put me at 61, getting close, but not quite there.
And they want to raise the age limit for
Yep.
Social Security too. Name something you look back at and think, I can't believe I did that.
Wrote my name in for constable.
That's what I was thinking. That would have been my go-to if I was in your shoes, because I just love that story.
Yep. Yeah. Speaking of constable things, and as far as what I was talking about with the executive dysfunction, we have online classes that are for Con Ed. It's 12 hours, 3 separate classes, and they're available to start taking in February, and you have to have them done by November to be able to get it counted for the year. And I did my first one of them 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
I couldn't force myself to do it prior to that. And it's okay, we're getting to the end and there's time pressure, and the time pressure is kind of what allows me to get myself to do that. And, but I did my in-person Con Ed, which is an 8-hour class, back in February. I usually sign up mid-January, they open up the registration for the classes, and I usually sign up for the first one I can get, just to get it out of the way. So, but I got a deadline for it, so I show up for the class. This year, they had a completely useless class for constables because they spent half of the 8 hours on courtroom security, and no constable I know will do any courtroom security unless they're doing it as a personal favor for the judge, because by statute, they can only pay us $13 an hour for courtroom security, and no constable I know wants to get stabbed for $13 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of low. It's kind of low for that. Speaking of getting paid and retiring, if you had enough money to retire tomorrow, what would you do for the rest of your life?
I would probably make pocket eyes and do the braiding stuff much more often than I do, because it's one of the things I really enjoy. I also I like doing the woodworking, and I probably would wind up maybe getting a much larger CNC router and do larger projects with it.
Did you post about the CNC router? Did I see that in the chat or something? Someone was talking about CNC routers. Maybe I saw that in a different chat.
Okay.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because someone else was talking about a wood CNC router.
Yeah. My day job, I actually program for and operate large open bed routers. 2 of them are 4-foot by 8-foot beds. They're vacuum hold downs. One of them's a 5-foot by 10-foot bed, and we machine plastic on them. But
the CNC routers are cool. I've always kind of wanted one, and then I decided that I don't have the space for one big enough for what I want to do. And then the stuff that I build, generally when it isn't really, it's not appropriate to be doing on a CNC router, because it's all, you take a couple of slices with a plane, and then you fit it, and then you take a couple of more. It's very that kind of stuff. It's not something I'm not making signs or things like
Yeah.
that a CNC router would be good for.
Well, it was kind of funny when I was thinking about getting one. It was just like kind of a super useful thing as I was going along, because it's like I want to get a CNC router so I can do like this specific thing for making socket eyes. And then as I got to going along, it's like, you know what? I can actually make pretty much everything on it, and like just about get to mass producing it
Yeah.
on like one that's like essentially it's a 2 foot by 4 foot bed.
See, I have this rocking horse that I built, and a lot of people kind of want me to build one, and so I'm going to build another one. But before I do it, I'm going to make these wooden templates.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking originally, like when I had my furniture store and I made furniture and things, that a CNC would be good, because in that particular application, I could just turn out a bunch of them, bunch of the parts, and then assemble them later, kind of thing. But now I'm just going to go with the templates, and I'll be able to just router it around. And I have a non-skid pad I put down and run the router around. I think that's going to be sufficient for the
Okay.
quality, or the quantity, I should say, and quality really, of what I'm building.
Yeah.
Do you think people really change?
Yeah. I have known people who um, have changed over the course of their life. And when I was a lot younger, I used to be the um, kind of I guess you'd say kind of a fabulist. I'd make up a bunch of stories about things and, act as if they were true when I was like, grade school, early teen. And then I realized that the people I was hanging around with were that type of people as well, like as adults, and realized that I didn't respect them. And I made a conscious effort to change to where I'm trying to be as absolutely as honest as I can about things, because I wanted to be the type of person that I could respect.
Okay. There's a theory. I don't know if it's supported by anything. Like Valhalla, he could change 10% one way or the other, but can you change, substantially? I feel like Valhalla's a 10%er.
I'm definitely one of those 20% bees that's doing their own thing.
I heard that and I thought, well, that makes sense.
It does make sense,
and it makes sense for me, and I'm okay with it. It made me feel better about myself.
There's a bunch of us just going to the beat of our own drums, and that's okay, y'all.
Exactly.
Speaking of bees, did I ever tell you guys the story of how I lost my pathological fear of bees?
Did you get stung
I think
by
I may
one?
have done it on. I think I may have done it on at the stream.
I feel like I
think
might
you
have heard
did.
this story.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Hey, Gwendolyn, how you doing?
But aren't these awesome questions? Valhalla was like, really? You got to ask these questions? That's so stupid. But I like these.
I don't think I said that at all, actually.
I'm glad Wendy bought the game. I did notice that she was asking Skiff a few of those. Skiff, once again, go check out his show.
Dude, that show is so good.
It is really good. Do you like conspiracy theories, Torin?
I used to when I was younger, but listening to Art Bell, I got to the point where it's like, some of them just kind of grated to me too much. The one I think that was kind of the turning point for me was they had a story about something called Mel's Hole, which was supposed to be like a bottomless pit. And they could tell that they had gone down like 26 miles without hitting anything because they had like, weights that would, if it hit water or something like that, it would dissolve something and it would like give you a little jerk at the end. And it's like, okay, they were feeding all this line in. It was 20-pound test line, which
That's
in about 500 feet is going to start breaking under its own weight.
Yeah, I feel like that would just sort of fall apart.
Yeah, just like
Just that was a silly oversight. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean that and a lot of the 9/11 stuff where it's like jet fuel can't melt steel, and it's like I'm a blacksmith.
With the 9/11 thing, the only thing I have a problem with is I don't think a plane hit. I don't think a plane hit the Pentagon. Where was the plane? Where was the plane? I've seen the video. I've seen the pictures. Where was the plane?
My roommate was when she moved from Idaho to Virginia. She wound up staying with some mutual friends for a while, and one of the guys there was he was a colonel at the time, either a major or colonel, and he was at the Pentagon, and he was like one of those as she put it, it's like, you know, wartime hero, peacetime fuck up. And
there's a lot of those.
Yeah, but he was at the Pentagon that day, and apparently he was one of the people who was like, you know, helping get people out, clearing out things, you know, and he was there for it. And he said it, you know, he saw the wreckage. He said it was a plane, and I'm knowing them. I would definitely say that it was there. I don't know if they've got like, you know, pictures or video, but
there's a video.
Yeah.
There's no video of the plane hitting. And again,
there is.
Sorry, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Find it. Show it to me right now.
I've seen it. It's there. You can't tell what it is. It's like
okay. See, that's kind of the point I was making.
Right.
Well,
I'm not saying it's like foolproof. Yeah, that's definitely what happened.
I said, like, in middle school, I remember saying this to somebody. I don't remember the context. I was like, well, if you really wanted to, you could just sort of like fly an airplane into a building.
So you put this into the world.
And like
this is your fault.
7 years later, all of a sudden it happened.
It's completely MLS's fault.
But yeah, the thing I've noticed is that when you talk to the people about 9/11, they say, well, this happened or whatever, and you track it down. It's like, well, no, it didn't. And, you know, here's the evidence for that, or this did happen, and here's, you know, you can see it here. That doesn't ever convince them. They always just change to something else. And it's like, okay, it's not something that they're willing to, you know, look at evidence and make a decision. It's like an article of faith for their existence. And I just don't have the time to.
But there were clearly explosives set up in that building to knock it down, Torrin. How can you refute that? I know that stuff is nonsense. The only thing, see, like the I'm a huge fan of Occam's razor. Right, the simplest answer is usually the true answer. So if it wasn't a plane that hit the Pentagon, here's my scenario. It was an oopsie, and there was a missile launched, and they were trying to take down a plane, and it was an oopsie, and they accidentally fired on themselves in the Pentagon, and nobody's going to admit to that. That's why, because I see that is completely plausible, right?
So the speculation that I've heard is that it wasn't a plane and it was in fact a missile.
Well, and the only reason I say that is because they were so quick. I remember that day. They were so quick to say, none of our planes were armed. We scrambled planes, but none of them were armed because we didn't know anything was going on. None of them were armed. People, none of them had any missiles or anything on them. And it's like, they're saying that an awful lot. They're repeating that quite a bit. I wonder if
they're sticking to that point.
Yeah. So that's just like, I feel like that's plausible. That's absolutely plausible.
Yeah. But I mean, I've run across people that, you know, it was all staged. There was nobody that, you know, actually died on any of the airplanes, but I was living in Easton at the time, and my one of the roommates I was staying with was like working just over in New Jersey at like a warehouse, and her immediate supervisor was on Flight 93, and I mean, she went to the funeral. She, you know, she spent time with the guy's widow afterwards, and it's like, I just can't believe that they were, they're that good at covering up things like that.
Well,
And
I mean, there was a time when the U.S. Air Force accidentally dropped a nuclear bomb on a farm field.
yeah,
And there's been other times when things have been dropped and things have happened, but nobody knows about it for years.
yeah,
Even though there's so many people involved with like the cleanup and stuff, and even that one, that wasn't even that bad. It was just like, oh, we accidentally dropped. It wasn't activated or anything; it didn't go off, but
yeah.
the dynamite in it went off, but not the nuclear explosion part. And but nobody knew about that for years until it was declassified. So it's possible that there's something going on out there. I don't know.
I don't know.
But
Donald Rumsfeld got on TV the day before and admitted to losing the U.S. Treasury or whatever. It lost like $3 billion or something. And this was back when like that was a big deal, right? When like $3 billion was astronomical. And then the next day, all of a sudden,
everyone forgot about that.
yep, that wasn't a big deal anymore at all. All of a sudden. And that part of the Pentagon apparently that got hit was evacuated that day for repairs, and that also happened to be the record office for the files.
At this point, then you have people lying. See, this is the thing I had, the issue I have with the Karen Reed case, and it's not that it's not true, but you have to convince 12 people that another 12 set of people are lying in concert. Like, you could convince a person that another person is lying.
I don't think it had to be 12. I think
all the people in the house. No,
not all of them. I think
you still have the lady on the side of the road. You know, the drunk woman driving in the passenger seat. You've got the main players in the house. They all have to be. The jury has to be convinced. All right, let's say it's 6 people. That 6 people are collectively lying. And it's hard to get that many people that would have to be involved to pull off 9/11 if it was a planned thing, to all lie in unison without any whistleblowers. I mean, especially in today's age, everyone wants to be, I'm a victim, I'm a whistleblower, I'm a this, I'm a that. And so that's my biggest hang up with it. But now, screw-ups, accidents being covered, that is much more plausible to me. I can be convinced that somebody screwed up and the system in play, the bureaucracy in place, scrambled to cover it up. Much easier than I can that a bunch of people got together and intentionally tried to do this thing. So that's just where I'm going with it.
Well, one of the things that I learned fairly early on when I was, starting to be a machinist type person is that if you screw up, make sure you let people know right away, because they'll forgive a screw up. They won't forgive you lying about something and bad stuff going out of the plant.
I tell my son that every day because he's always screwing something up every day. Oh, Valhalla. Okay. So at the end of our stream, I'm like, all right, I got to run. My son came in and said his radiator blew up and he needed to go get one and needed to take my car and needed money to go get it. So I got done and out of the treehouse, and he's still here. And he's like, oh, I'm just grabbing tools and stuff. And I was like, what do you mean tools? Why are you taking tools? And he's like, oh, I'm just, I can't remember what he said. And then he took off. He was gone for 3.5 hours. He went down to Detroit to buy a radiator off of some guy who has a busted down Jeep in his backyard, and then came back. And on his way back, he's like, I'm just realizing this isn't the right one. It's not going to work. I'm like, what are you doing? Go to the auto parts store, man.
Why are you buying it from some guy's backyard?
I'm like, you bought a busted up and probably not going to function even if it does fit radiator off of some dude. You wasted 3.5 hours. I'm like, oh my God, man. So, needless to say, his radiator's not fixed, and he's walking to school tomorrow.
That poor kid.
Logan is the best for doing that, though. He is. It's always.
He has a tendency to do it to himself. I'll give you that.
He does. He so does. That's why I think I was in excited utterance chat. And I'm like, oh my God, kids are driving me nuts. and he already got yesterday. His headlight was out, so he got pulled over for that, and he didn't have his proof of insurance, even though I gave it to him. And so he got 2 tickets. And so last night at like 11 o'clock, he's working in the driveway in the dark, trying to get his headlight working. I was like, you know what? We'll just do it tomorrow after school. After my stream, we'll work on that. So instead of working on that, he had this whole thing of running around with his radiator. And so we still don't have his headlight fixed. And so he can't take it in and get it, the fix-it ticket written off sort of thing. It's like, really, these are the choices we're making. Let's focus on the fact that he took it. Okay, Mom. See Wendy in the chat. Let's focus on the fact that he took the initiative. But the thing is that he took my car. So I'm stuck at home and I've got things to do for 3.5 hours. And he took my money and bought a piece of crap radiator. And if he just did it on his own, it would have been different. But yeah. So I wasn't happy this evening. But we're all good now. We got a plan. I ordered a radiator, a proper one for him, and it'll be here on Saturday. So
yeah, there's a lot of times, you'll hear people say, don't just stand there, do something. And a lot of times
don't hit that.
Okay. Gotcha. And I think in a lot of cases, it would be a lot better if the saying was, don't just do something, stand there, because it'll be a better option in a lot of cases.
Well, earlier, I explained this to him. Because his whole thing is I want it fixed now. What's the fastest way to get a new radiator? I'm going to go buy this piece of shit one from some guy for $60, but I'll have it today because everything else has to be ordered. Mm-hmm. And I said, earlier today I was changing out the water filters and I broke the rubber gasket. And I said, I didn't just run to Lowe's. I started calling places. Who has a gasket that's going to actually fit this? How far away are they? And I made an educated decision to drive to this one particular place. And it was an hour, but at least I wasn't just driving around randomly because it would have taken me twice as long. And probably cost me more money if I didn't make the phone call. So you got to stop. You got to think rationally about what you're doing. That's the hardest thing to get through a teenager's head, because especially today, they want everything now. Anyways, it's frustrating. What do you got going on there, Valhalla? Are you building a Lego?
I'm trying to get an extra camera set up.
Oh.
I'm going to have somebody else. Hey, welcome.
Right. What happened? Tell me how it goes.
How we doing, sir?
How are you?
This is a preview of the Lego stream coming up on October 19th. Check it out.
Yes, Ron sir. Coleman. October 19th. Ron Coleman joins us for a Lego Law, Life, and Libation. It's going to be a great show.
So this is not being a Lego. So what's tonight? What happens tonight?
Well, I just finished building a Lego.
Are those drugs?
Yes, they are Lego blocks.
I don't understand why that didn't work.
Let's see.
That's the worst green screen I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah, sorry about that. I normally have it smaller.
I've been there. We've all been there. Until I gave up on green screens.
I basically just have it to block the view. But thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate it. I've really appreciated the work that you've done over the years, and when I got a chance to super chat you with Dandy on your continental thing, transcontinental stream, it was well, I'll extend an invitation.
That was nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we were Valhalla and I were streaming earlier today, and we were talking about you. And I said
people
we were all excited about you coming on the stream, the Lego stream, in a couple of weeks. And I said the greatest thing was Ron wanted to play this clip for Monty Python, and it got his stream taken down. And I see him in chat saying, totally worth it.
Mel Brooks.
Way better.
Oh, Mel Brooks. Yeah, Mel Brooks. I'm sorry, Mel Brooks.
And it's still it's on my channel. All I had to do is delete. But the funny thing is, the clip was right off YouTube.
I know. But your comment in chat, everyone was like, "Oh, your stream's down." He's like, "Totally worth it."
Worth it. Yep. I was watching that live.
There are people who never saw, because somebody said to me in my chat, they said, "Oh, History of the World Part 2. That's not from so long ago, dude. You must be even older than I am." Okay, I'll grant you that the producers is 50 years ago, but History of the World Part 2 is at least 40 years ago. That's a long time ago.
Yes, it is.
I feel very out of the loop. I have no idea what these movies are.
I was too young to see it when it came out.
Exactly. Well, first of all,
have you seen Blazing Saddles, Valhalla?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you're familiar with Mel Brooks.
Oh yeah, and Spaceballs. Spaceballs was a great one.
Oh, Spaceballs, right? See, because you guys are, you're YouTubers, so yeah, Spaceballs. Star Wars, right? Star Wars.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles was absolutely amazing up until about the last 10 minutes.
You mean when they go to the studio?
When they go to the studio.
He breaks the fourth wall. And
yeah.
I mean, one of the things I said last night was even the Inquisition, which is a musical number, which is incredibly just tasteless. It goes on too long. He doesn't know when to stop.
The one thing about he's giving commentary about Blazing Saddles, and he talks about the campfire scene. And he's like, you always see these cowboys are eating beans and sitting around campfires, but nobody's farting. He's like, so he wanted to put some fart jokes in there, and that's fine. But like you just said, it went on way too long. And I think the joke to him was that it went on way too long, and then the joke was on the audience at that point. I think in his mind.
Well, that could be. I mean, I think you're giving him. Well, look, he's a smart guy, and he knows how to write comedy. So obviously,
so is the joke on us? I guess is the question. When those things go on.
Yeah. Who the hell knows?
It's like, I'm going to make you sit here and watch 5 minutes of men farting around a fire.
Essentially what it was. They weren't doing anything except eating beans and farting for so long.
So tell me what everyone's okay. So tell me what this stream is like.
This is my makeup birthday stream. I was figuring I would do a
birthday
birthday
stream.
You wear makeup
on your birthday? Is that the idea?
Well, my birthday was August.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
You just missed our 9/11 conspiracy theories. That you just missed.
My birthday was August 30th. I turned 56, but I went into the hospital on the 28th, and I was there for like a full week. So
I hope you're 100% now.
I am doing much, much better, but it was really weird. I was sick for like about almost 2 weeks, and then I got like super weak to the point where like I couldn't stand up at all and it took like 3 EMTs. I mean, they're like small, skinny kid EMTs to get me into a chair so that they could get me out to the ambulance. And
I've been there. I've had EMTs take deep breaths, in my couple of moments special, but they found what it was, and you're now,
they had no idea what I have other than the fact that I don't seem to have it at the moment. But
that's not particularly reassuring.
No, I've been to my neurologist. They did like a nerve conduction test, which turned out is relatively okay. I've gone to a rheumatologist, and they've got like, I had 3 pages of blood tests that they were doing that they still haven't got the results back.
You're getting what a doctor once described to my wife as the $1 million treatment.
Yeah.
Every specialist gets to, take a ladle.
Well, I'm a bit fortunate.
You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
My wife is a Teamster at a high school, so we have pretty good health insurance.
She must be a very strong woman.
Yeah, she said that she's a custodian, so on night shift.
So that's actually pretty close to being a Teamster. Actually, it's about as close as you get to being an actual Teamster in the 21st century. Being a school custodian. It's interesting, that word custodian. You're not in New York, are you?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania.
When I was in the 1960s, when I was in school, I'm a few years older than you. they started using this term for janitors of custodians.
Yeah.
But what it actually meant in New York was the unions were so in control of, as they are still, of the school system, that somebody thought it'd be a great idea for the custodians to be like the nominal owners of the school buildings. In other words, they would have the key to the building, and they would have responsibility for the building,
Like
and they were custodians. It was like they were trustees.
Yeah.
They're fucking janitors, okay? Several years later, of course, we were in New Jersey, where I got the outstanding public education that was available to me there. So I just, you said, when did you send me the link? Hours ago.
Yeah.
He's been streaming for 5 hours.
I think I sent it to you like yesterday, midday or something like that. But,
no, you said it would start at 6, right? And you stream for 10 hours.
Well, I've got a fairly complex build to do. This is a like a multi-story tower from China, and I also wanted to make sure that I was available for some of the people I invited were like Legal Vices, who's in Korea. Aussie Overlord, who's in Australia. I wanted to make it to where they weren't having to like really mess with their schedules to be able to attend. And my thing on YouTube is I do the Japanese braiding.
Yes.
And I've made a braid for Jeff Legal Vices. I've made one for Danny on Direct, and
Bob,
Law and Lumber, Ian Runkle.
What do people do with these fucking things?
Sometimes they use it as a belt. Jeff hangs it as a part of his background. And
they're absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. But
this is my own design that I did. And I do it with silk that I import from Japan. And,
this is a hobby, or is this what you make a living from? Or you live off the custodian?
I make more than my wife does. Though she says she is an actual teamster. She's gotten the kneecapping lessons and everything.
He's a constable.
Yeah, I'm also a Pennsylvania constable.
You'll like that story, Ron. You'll like that story.
About 9 years ago, I went to the polls and I saw that nobody was running for constable, but the position was open. So I wrote my name in and I won with 100% of the vote.
And how many votes was that? 6?
1.
and evidently you have managed to acquit yourself sufficiently well to maintain the incumbency.
Yep. It's a 6-year term. I got reelected 3 years ago with about 75% of the available vote. The opposing party actually did not run anybody against me because I had done such a good job as doing it as a nonpartisan that they didn't even realize I wasn't their party until I wasn't on their primary.
That's the way all politics should be. You shouldn't be able to tell which side they are. Right.
Certainly local.
Yeah. Well, my mandate at the polls is to make sure that no qualified elector is barred from the polls, and that should be an entirely nonpartisan job. So
that's, in other words, a constable has that as part of the electoral the election system in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're the only law enforcement officers that are allowed at the polls on election days unless we're unavailable, and then they'll let the sheriffs do it.
Well, Philadelphia County, I can tell you, it was the sheriffs, and they were useless.
And Philadelphia County has got rid of their constables in like the 1960s. So,
yep.
They're actually talking about having constables from the surrounding counties, of which I'm one, doing evictions in Philadelphia because the people they were having doing evictions there were doing such a horrible job and getting involved with shootings and
oh Jesus.
So why would anyone think that Bob Ross of braiding, would do a better job than the Philly cop?
I was actually invited to be part of it, but it's like I'm not willing to do it full time, and I'm not willing to do it in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I do.
Bob
I
Ross
do-
of braiding. That's
good. That's brilliant.
I got that because people. I'm really good at interacting with my chat, and because I'm trying to teach an art form, it's the Japanese braiding. I'm really good at. I have a really good attitude about answering questions, whether or not I've been asked the same question 50 times before. So they consider me very friendly.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure that you are. I mean, here you are making braided things that no one really knew they needed, and providing them to your friends. Now, but what you're doing in the center square there in the pull-in square.
Yep.
That's not braiding at all, right? That you're building something. It's more like a Lego kind of.
Yeah, it's a micro building block thing, so it's not Lego brand, and it's much smaller than normal Lego blocks. I mean, this is.
How do you guys have time for this shit?
I'm doing this.
You stay up all night.
a good question.
I'm doing this because YouTube, obviously, if I don't stream, they're going to consider my channel dying. And I didn't feel up to doing the braiding right after I got out of the hospital. So I was doing that, and I figured on the birthday stream, when I could do this when I'm not talking to people, and I'm going to go ahead and reassemble my braiding frame over the weekend. And next braid I'm doing is for Kurt of Uncivil Law, and I need to get the design done for that.
Oh, for Kurt, plus you need a lot. You're going to need a lot of braids.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to the EMT discussion, okay. I mean, Kurt's a man of not inconsiderable girth.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He's a man. Yes, he's a substantial individual.
I met him one time in Nashville.
This is a genre of streaming that is completely, new and exciting. Well, no, okay, it's new to me, and you were kind enough to invite me on, and there's no bad exposure, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. I was on with someone say, you want to go on with Ali Alexander, okay, or
as long as your P Diddy party films don't show up, you'll be all right.
No one invites me to anything, so that's the good thing about being a nerd. All right, so actually, I just finished a response to a cease and desist letter that is relevant to the world of YouTube gaming that you guys will be hearing about in the morning, not from me, but from the client, which is why I'm still in the office. Now, I only live about 20 minutes away on Route 21 here in New Jersey, but I am an elderly man, so I am gonna sign off. But you did indeed invite me, and I didn't. I want to be gracious and also warm up a little bit for the vibe of the Lego stream.
I like it. I like where your head's at, sir.
It can't be worse than this, Bob. And I say this this comes from love.
We have but here's the thing: you have to build Lego. You have to get a set. And then you have to build Lego while we're asking you questions.
I'm going to be putting together the set.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You said about 500 pieces or less, probably.
So it's the good thing is I can deduct it because it's part of my marketing.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yep.
Exactly right.
Oh wow! What a great wow! I haven't. I used to buy
Lego. The grift is strong, sir.
Okay. You'll send me whatever I need to know about. Do I have to point a separate camera like Bob did? I've got two cameras. That's fine. Camera on my ever loving face, and or are you joking?
I usually
We
just sort
usually-
of like do this sort of thing.
Yeah,
where
we'll
I'm
usually
off to the
do like
side and
a
then-
point the camera at the
Oh.
table kind of thing.
No, I
So you
can
don't
do.
need an
I can do
actual
like
camera.
I can do like Bob. We should be able. I think we should be able to do that with
I'm afraid to make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I have the second camera because when I do the braiding, I have it focused in, one camera focused in on the point
Yeah.
of braiding and the
No,
other
but-
on my hand so people can see what I'm doing for the motions.
Yes, I mean, like if consider like Nick Rikita, we want to always see your hands.
Actually, he was the first person I did a braid for.
I hope,
Yeah,
just
we
bro,
always
Your
want to see the
problem is
hands.
probably in a police locker somewhere at this point.
That's so good.
All right, guys, have a great
All right,
night.
take care, Ron.
Thank you for stopping by. I
An
appreciate
incredible simulation of reality as ever. Good night.
Good night, Ron. Oh, he's so funny, man.
So I had heard the phrase "taint team" so much, I've decided to go into AI and say,
Make merch.
no, just like draw me an image of a taint team.
Oh
The
no.
things that are coming up.
Oh no.
The things.
I think if I tried that on Midjourney, I'd get an alarm saying that you can't do that type of.
Yeah.
My FBI guy would be going nuts. He'd be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Now what's he doing?"
Yeah.
The one is funny. The one is just a bunch of like, I don't know, hoodlums, and then we have one with a bunch of people with their tops off, with their shirts off, but the women are in bras, and they're like carrying torches. It's like, why is that a taint team? And then I've got some that look like body parts but aren't. There's some weird stuff coming up. AI is fun.
It scares me. I don't like it.
I don't know if you want to pull it up, but at least you guys can see it back screen. I'll show you what this thing looks like. This like body part thing.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Oh, you can't see it, Valhalla. That's right. I'm sorry, but like I don't know if you want to pull that up, but that's not a body part, but it looks like it might be. It's so weird.
Yeah, I'll let's see. Well, we're past.
You're like 5 hours in. You don't have
Yeah.
to pull it up if you don't want to. That's fine. I just thought that was funny that's what it came up with. And then here's.
I thought you were gonna put it in private chat.
Oh no, because it's an image. I can't. This one, but this is like what it pulls up here. So this one you could pull up. It wouldn't be. This isn't a problem. There's nothing wrong with this, I don't think. But it's like, why is this a taint team?
That looks like a taint team if I've ever seen one.
I guess, to be fair, it does look kind of tainty. But
They're
yeah.
the type
Did you
of
wear a
people
bra?
that block the road, won't let you pass until you show them your taint.
Is this guy wearing a bra?
Looks like it. It is 2024. Don't be a bigot.
Yeah, it's something. He's
He's
wearing
wearing some sort of support.
Yeah.
It's
This
a
is our
bro.
taint team. It's a
Well,
bro.
It's a bro.
It's a man's ear.
A man's ear. Festivus for the
Oh
rest
my
of us.
god. Oh my god, you gotta look at this one. Okay. Let me pull this last one up. I ran it like so many times, so let me pull this one up.
How do you have so much spare time, bro?
I was doing it while Ron was on. All right, here you can see this one. This is awesome. This is the taint team that AI generated. Valhalla, what are your thoughts?
I'm okay with it, actually.
Yeah, you like that? That's a
Yeah,
taint team.
I'm okay with it. That looks it looks like a movie that I would title Taint Team.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, with AI, I like the comment somebody came up with that it's like dealing with the fae or the fairies from old Europe. Always check the fingers. Always check the faces, and never agree to anything.
Yep.
There was a great short I saw about a genie. You know how like genies always trick you. You're like, I want $1 million, and they're like, okay, but it's you can't access it. It's gonna be like in an account that is gonna be left for your kids or something, And so this guy's going through this whole list. He's like, I want million or whatever it is. It was like $5 billion. I want it free and clear. I want it in an account that I can access. Or no, the way he says it, he's like, what if I asked you this? It's like his third wish. He's like, what if I asked you for $500 million in an account that I can access post-tax that's gainfully or lawfully gained. He keeps going on this thing. And the genie's like, yeah, I think that would work. He's like, cool. I want that then. He's got this notebook that he's like writing all this thing down in. And the genie's like, oh, okay, here's your notebook.
Got him.
It was it was so good. It was so funny. I was watching this thing and I was like, oh, there's got to be going somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
but that's what AI is. I feel like, like I type some great thing in, and then AI is like the genie, just screwing you over.
Here you go. This is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the things I need to start doing is like getting better thumbnails and getting like intro videos and stuff like that aren't just the standard stuff. I just haven't gotten the time to do it, or
why bother?
I'm always changing around my style and my logos and my name even. But it's probably not best for branding if I was actually taking my channel seriously.
Yeah. Well, the main reason that I started doing the braiding stuff was because I wanted to try and keep the art form around, and also make the equipment, because the only other maker that I'm aware of in the U.S. is like over 80, and at least the last time I checked had like about a 2-year backlog.
Oh wow!
Well, it seems like there is definitely a supply issue. If the demand is there, it might be really good.
Yep. There's a conference, the American Kumihimo Society, and I mean it's like in Cleveland next year, but even though it's like close enough to drive, I'm not going to go because it's a weekend thing, and the entry fee is like $2,500.
Holy crap!
And it's like it'd be nice, but A, I really can't afford it, and B, I don't think that at my point where I am, I could get that much value out of it.
Right.
Seems like a lot.
My roommate, who is the one who's taught me a lot of different arts, like the silversmithing and cloisonne and enameling, had said that when I was like feeling a little frustrated with my art, that her comment is, she's having learned how to do some of it herself, and looking at other people's braiding and stuff like that. That my tension and my braid moves are, as she put it, absolutely fucking perfect. And it's like, what? And it's like, so she started showing me all the different stuff and comparing it to the stuff I'd done. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I am better than I thought I was.
No, that's cool.
Well, you've been doing it for how many years now?
I think 26, 27 years at this point.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Repetitive, so, 10,000 hours sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I haven't done it continuously through that, but like for the last 2 years, I've probably done, I mean, I have to look at my, how many hours of streaming I've done, but it's probably in the last year and a half, I've done probably about 500-600 hours of braiding easily.
That's the one thing, like I'm building this boat, and I've taken a step back from it for a minute because I had some household projects and work getting in the way. But the one thing that like kept me going is, well, I'm going to film it. So now I'm sort of obligated to keep going with it. And it's actually made me work on it. Probably I'm further along than I would have been if I wasn't filming it, which is cool. So that's nice.
How's that coming, by the way?
It's in the same state that it was in before I went to Denmark. I haven't worked on it at all since then. So if you watch that video, I'm starting to work on the planking, on the strip planking. So, so that's where we are. But I had I had a ton of wood because I was building a 25-foot boat originally. And then when I scrapped that because I sold the boat and got a boat sort of thing, I decided just to make a smaller tender so I don't need all the wood. And I used it on another project. So now that project's finally done, I built the bathhouse, I guess is what it's being called now. And so now that that's done, I can get back into the shop with the boat and keep going on that. So that is where that's at. And hopefully I can edit the rest of the Denmark video. I'm still working on the Zachariah Anderson video. And
yeah, what's up with your documentary?
It's moving forward. I'm still editing things. I haven't put anything. I've tried to post some stuff actually on Patreon. So if anyone's watching that's in my Patreon, and the videos aren't uploading, and I don't know why. But I've been uploading some like previews on there, or trying to. There's been a couple that I've actually successfully uploaded, but every time I go back to it, it keeps saying processing pending or processing. Something's going on, so I haven't been able to upload any of the clips yet. But I'm still working on that, and it's just a matter of finding time for all of that, plus work and kids and wife and other hobbies and things like that. So just time is thin. Then Valhalla drugged me into the stream earlier today that I had to do with him, and there was like no contact to it or no context.
You're so full of shit, man.
I thought it was going to be a sanction hearing. I was like ready for fireworks, and there was like an hour and a half of sidebar, and then a little bit of agreeing on a timetable that was ridiculous to me.
Y'all, he hits me up yesterday. He's like, "Hey, you want to do this stream on Turtle Boy tomorrow? It's a sanction." And I asked him, I was like, "Is it just a status hearing or what?" He's like, "No, I think it's a sanctions." I was like, "Ooh, the sanctions motions, outstanding. Let's do that." There was no sanctions. He lied through his teeth, y'all.
I did not lie. That's what the court clerk told me. Because I called and I said, "Hey, I'm looking for," because I didn't know what time it was. And so I gave him Aiden Kearney. "I'm looking for his hearing. Is that in your court?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "There's a hearing tomorrow." And she said, "Oh, yeah, the sanction hearing." I was like, "Ooh, sanction hearing. Yes, please. Can I have the Zoom number?" And so that's what I was told.
Ooh, maybe that's a bad sign when the court reporter is referring to your motions as sanction hearings.
That was. I'm glad we did it, but I was hoping for more fireworks, and then it was a bad angle.
Yeah, the camera was terrible. Mark Betterow, the good buddy of mine, Mark Betterow, he decided to take everything in sidebar, so we didn't even get to hear any of that. I guess it was Bradle that did that, though, wasn't it?
Well, the judge requested it. The judge was like, "We can't mute everything, so do you want to do sidebar?" But it was dumb because you can. I don't know. It was just dumb. Made for bad TV. That's all.
Yeah, we were there for 2.5 hours. Didn't get to hear anything.
Yeah, it was so bad. But we had a lovely conversation with Jamie and Baker, and it worked out. So, well, I think I'm going to tune in. It is almost midnight here, and I do have work in the morning. I got to get up early and actually go into the office, mainly to pick up a Lego that Aaron Olivia sent to me, but I also have some court notices I got to grab.
When's the wife back?
Sunday.
Okay.
Wife is back Sunday. And my stream that I originally had planned for tomorrow, I still don't have the information. I contacted the sheriff, I contacted the court, or not the sheriff, the state police, because the sheriff's, no. That was a different case. Never mind. I contacted the sheriff. I contacted the court, and they keep giving me the runaround. And then they said, "Oh, contact the prosecutor's office." So I contacted them. Nobody's getting back to me. So I don't have the document.
Do you have scheduled?
That's for the father of the latest, the Georgia school shooter. Because I wanted to go over his indictment, and I wanted to compare it to James and Jennifer Crumbly. But I actually want the indictment or a witness statement or a sworn affidavit or some sort of factual allegations. I wanted something. So since I don't have anything, I pushed it off to next week, and hopefully I'll get something and we can make this happen. And if not, I don't know what to do. But that's the plan. So that's what I got going on. And then we have We have Legos coming up in a couple of weeks. And
Yeah, we've got Farrell this next Saturday, not this Saturday,
Next
next Saturday, the 5th. And then Ron Coleman's joining us on the 19th.
Yep. And then we've got some more in the works. We just got to plan them out, get them scheduled. So that's what we'll be doing. But Tor, once again, happy birthday, man.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I figured I normally have Fridays off, and I figured that if I did it tonight instead of like a Friday night, I wasn't going to interfere with a lot of the Friday night stuff. Plus, I figured if I was inviting on Ron, and I also sent Good Logic an invite, that at least they would be able to attend on a Thursday night thing. But yeah, I'm gonna
Friday nights.
Yeah, I'm gonna crash when I'm done here, and then I got to get up and like head over to the court, see if they got any like work for me to do there, and then I'm just gonna take it probably easy this weekend, except for well, I got to finish off my online constable training, which I can do like Saturday, and Sunday we got a wake for a friend of mine who passed away from lung cancer a couple weeks back.
That's never fun. Well, sorry to hear about that, but at least you're feeling better.
Yeah, the weird thing is that through all of this, I mean, I keep having all the doctors say, well, were you in any pain or whatnot? It's like, actually, through all of this, nothing actually hurt. I mean, I was coughing for so long, my lungs were tired. But other than that, I mean, nothing hurt. I just couldn't move, which is really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous.
Yeah.
No,
before we decided that I should probably go to the hospital, I was actually like stuck on the floor in the hallway for about 4 hours until my wife woke up.
Who?
So
I
had my phone. So if anything got bad, I was going to go ahead and call the EMTs. But my wife had been able to like pick me up before when I wasn't able to get up. So I figured we'd do that at first.
Just lying there waiting, like Tom Hanks in the what's that, in the Money Pit, where he's just like stuck in the floor and he's like, the wife will come home at some point.
But yeah, I guess you could say I'm fairly patient, but
way too patient for me.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, have a good night. Take care, chat. Valhalla. We'll see ya
later, buddy.
All right.
We're about just short of 6 hours in. So, and
are you going all the way till 4? Really?
Well, I figured I didn't know if when Hayden was going to be able to make it on, and apparently Jeff he's not going to get out of work early enough. But I figured I'll go in either until 4 or until I feel like I need to fall over. So.
Just don't get stuck on the floor, man.
Yeah, actually, I'm stronger than I've been in almost a year. And there was something going on prior to me getting sick that I'm hoping we can figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. But it's been very frustrating.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. But I was actually, I got my firearms recertification coming up on the 12th, and I was trying to figure out whether or not it's like, okay, do I need to cancel this or will I be able to do it? So I got to hit the range a couple of times between now and then. When I took my certification last year, I got 100% for both firearms. So.
But what firearms do you qualify with?
Both of them are SIG P229s. I have a regular and I have a Legion. The Legion is the one I carry most, and it's got the red dot reflex sight on it.
Okay.
And Streamlight underbarrel light. And the other one was the first one I got when I was a constable. And I figured I have it as a backup because we're only allowed to carry the firearms that we certify with, and we're only allowed to use the ammunition we certify with. So we have to register. We have to register the brand, weight, and style of bullet we carry. So it's like, the brand I've got 115 jacketed hollow grain, 115 grain jacketed hollow point 9mm. That's all I'm allowed to carry for my constable work.
Do they pay for that?
No, actually, constables pay for everything, and we only get paid fee for service. So, I mean, if I do an eviction, I get $127 and change, which our fee bill has not been updated for like almost 50 years at this point.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, I mentioned it that the in-person Con Ed classes we had that I took in February, half of the time was spent on courtroom security, and it's like no constable I know will do courtroom security except as a personal favor for the judge they work with, because by statute we're only allowed to be paid $13 an hour. They cannot pay us more than that, and nobody I know is willing to get stabbed for $13 an hour.
Right. Hard pass on that one, man.
Yeah, and it's like everybody was in the class. It's like, why are you teaching us this? Nobody will do this. And apparently they want us to do that. And part of the Con Ed classes was a refresher on doing evictions. And they say that, all constables should pair up and work with another constable for eviction. And my county doesn't even know how to pay for a second constable for an eviction.
Dave says he broke an egg in his pocket on the way down from the treehouse. Just thought he would share.
Okay.
Outstanding.
Sounds like that was a poor choice.
Curious how he got the egg in the treehouse. The chickens are under the treehouse.
Well, maybe he picked one up when he went up and figured he'd bring it down with him.
Silly little man.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see. I'm not sure I've got enough instructions or Legos to finish this build, because this is the kit, and I'm up to here, and I'm up to here, and I've got like 4 more layers, and I mean, I do have a fair amount of these, but I don't. Yeah, maybe I'll have enough. I don't know. I think I'm missing some. The other one I got that I was considering doing was this one, which has 2,200 pieces in it, and it's a different company. So
they've got some cool little micro sets I've seen you've been doing lately.
Yep. But I figured that I would do these because, like I mentioned to Dave, I wasn't sure how healthy I was going to be, and I didn't want to I'd already missed like 3 weeks from being sick and in the hospital streaming, and I don't want YouTube to think my channel is dying. But I mean, I've been averaging like last couple of streams like maybe 5 to 7 people on YouTube, and I streamed to like here to Twitter and to Rumble. Let's see. Speaking of which, I've got 5 other people watching on Rumble, so not doing too bad there.
What's up, Rumblers?
Yeah. And I was able to get StreamYard with the API so that if people chat on Rumble, it shows up in StreamYard. So.
Oh, good. Hey, Amica fan.
Hey, Amica fan. But yeah, I will go back through and read the chat, and if I need to, I'll leave comments for questions. I just have a hard time focusing on chat when I'm also talking to people. So
I would assume that, well, like in the Lego streams, following directions and building and chat and all at the same time, it gets difficult.
Yep. But I'm really looking forward to getting back to braiding. It's been a while.
I bet.
And I don't know if you heard, but I think that the smaller the 2 braids I made when I was camping, I can make into a bolo tie for Dave.
Oh, dope!
Since he's been pushing for one.
Yeah, I'll be really excited about that.
Yeah, actually, let's see. This is the one that I'm. Let's see. Yep, let me get the. All right, here we go.
Oh, cool.
That's the front pattern. That's the back pattern.
That's super cool.
Yep. And it's the same silk I use.
That's awesome.
So,
did you tell him?
Yeah. I sent him a picture of the braid DM and let him know that I think that I can probably make a bolo tie out of it. And we were talking about what he wanted with it. And he wants, I believe, like brass aglets for the end of the tie. And then I just need to come up with a clasp. I figured I might do one in silver, or I might do one in like either antler or something along those lines, or the fake ivory. That's the nut, and do that. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm probably a better silversmith than I am an engraver and carver.
I've never worked with metal.
Silver's. That's one of the reasons I mentioned like the 911 stuff as far as how soft. Ooh, that's very nice. How soft that you can get iron without even getting it red hot. When it's like just barely at like just starting to glow, what they call black heat, you've already lost 50% of your structural strength. That's about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you ever, one of the things that a lot of blacksmiths do is they'll do like twists, decorative twists. And, if you get it up to red hot, you can keep twisting well past black and still have it, relatively easy to twist in the spiral. So, but silversmithing is kind of like the reverse of blacksmithing, as far as like with to anneal silver, you heat it up and you quench it and it gets soft then.
Oh, really?
Yep. And if you need to harden it, the easiest way is to vibrate it. Vibrational hardening can be done with like brass, copper, silver alloys. So, but yeah, I don't really do blacksmithing anymore. I had built a forge, had a pneumatic power hammer that I built, and I just realized I hadn't really used them at all for 10 years, and I wanted the space in the garage back available again, so I could like set up this CNC router and like do the stuff that I would like to do. But I'm making it kind of like a modular shop at this point.
There's nothing wrong with getting rid of the old and making way for the new kind of thing.
Yeah, and it was functional power hammer, so I was able to sell it to somebody.
Oh, nice. I bet that made a couple bucks.
It was, I think, like about $1,100 I got for it.
Hell yeah,
but
man.
I did all the welding on it. I used dual shield wire. Had a MIG welder. Actually, I still have it. It's a Millermatic 251, so it's 220 power, and I can get up to like about 250 amps on it. But dual shield wire is nice because it's got a really aggressive flux, and you can essentially weld through paint with it, which is really hard to do for like the smaller MIG machines. So I've been meaning to possibly eventually get like a TIG welder, but I haven't had the time or the money to work on it. There's a lot of stuff I want to do that I just don't seem to have the time.
Story of my life, my man.
Yep. But I figured if I worked on the braiding and whatnot, I could probably transition it to a retirement income supplement type thing. And I have fun doing it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy sharing it. And
that's obvious. It's obvious that you enjoy it.
It's an art form I don't want to see die out. So.
And you know what? Putting it on YouTube, it might last longer than we do.
Yeah.
Oh, can I excuse myself for a minute? I need to take.
Absolutely, no problem.
I'll be back, y'all.
Yep. Let me get this layer done, and I'll try and see if I can catch it through chat. And I keep knocking these things off. They are so lightly attached. And maybe I should glue those on. I'm definitely more awake than I was a while back. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see. Bring that up again, and thank you, Jeff, for that. All right, let's see. Hopefully, hope work is not too boring. Estrogen mostly. Scouting parties by Wendy H. Maybe I should get diagnosed. I'm not functioning at all. The struggle is real. Definitely, if you get diagnosed, it's definitely worth it, in my opinion. Mainly haven't been diagnosed yet, and mainly never been, but had some people in college something like, you have ADD, right? Do you all wait for your load of laundry to finish before doing something else? And my youngest was diagnosed early, third year of college. Laundry, dishes, cooking, crafts. I do multiple things at once. Let me scroll down for this really quick. Let's see. Dave says, Torin, this is the best live stream currently on YouTube right now. Everyone else is streaming hurricane stuff. Thank you. And Glenn says, time to get more glue. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Let me catch back up to where I was. All right, let me. Okay. Man, it's still nowhere with my life. The hollow expectation of reality is the enemy of peace and happiness. Never told for Lego. What's up, everyone? Gwen mainly Chromie. I feel like that too. Gwen, never told for Lego. Hello. Mainly, hey, never told for Lego. And hi, back. And what's everyone building? Valhalla says, oh, the Diddy stuff is withheld. Never told for Lego. Best way to lose weight is to not ever eat after 8. Valhalla waits. Bish, we streamed 3 times in the last 10 days. Never told for Lego. I just started doing Lego this year. I'm 46. Oh, excuse me. Never had them as a kid. Yep, I never really did Legos as a kid either. My first actual Lego kit was the one where I was interviewed on Lego Life and Libation. Valhalla says Lego is awesome. Mela says my big challenge is to finish the drawing I started in March. I did 57 hours on it. That's impressive, Mele. Never too old for Lego. Okay, what if you're doing all? Then you find. What if you're doing all that? Then you find out you're the alien. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let's see. When Mele, I have to put down stuff and work on something else for a few before going back to the first thing. Valhalla says I used to get in trouble in middle school because my dad would wake up for work and I'd still be wide awake at bed reading. Know that feeling. Gwen says, were those scrolls rolling pins? Turns out they were candles. Nice. Oh, sorry. Neely says, cool. Gwen says, I've got one whole side of my hand hanky tatted. It's looking really good. That's nice. Valhalla waits. Dean Thomas, that was the Harry Potter actor. Gwen says, have you all you lurkers hit the like button yet? Valhalla says, 90% sure. Echoes are great from Gwen. And Gwen, they have the conversation game in the Google Play Store. Gwen saying hi to Valhalla. Wendy's saying hi, guys. We got this awesome. Welcome back again, Wendy H. Wendy says, thanks, Gwen. And Wendy, I grew up on Art Bell and Mystery Theater. I only saw the Pentagon 1 year after the plane hit, but it was still damaged. My coworkers were there, though. Wendy H. says, I have stood in the areas that were destroyed at the Pentagon on 9/11. And Flight 93 flew close to Pittsburgh. My house and all the windows were shaking. The plane was flying low. Gwen says, that had to be scary. Wendy says, Logan is the best for doing all that, though. Wendy, let's focus on the fact he took initiative. Amica fan, yay, Ron is here. Wendy, hey, Amica. And we cannot wait to meet Ron on Lego. Amica fan says, Wendy H. Hi, darling. Hope your itchies have gone from her recent surgery. Good night, everyone. Happy belated birthday stream at Torn 3. Amica fan Betsy Weingartner, good nights. Good night, sleep well. Gwendolyn Betsy Weingartner, thanks for coming, hang out for a while. Have a great night. Wendy H, still healing, but very well, but thanks, Amica. Night, Betsy. Wendy H, I was 6 when Blazing saddled. Gwen, please hit the like button, double check your descriptions, and share this awesome stream. Wendy H, I love Rob. I love Rin. And I believe that was I love Ron. And hey, chat from Ron. And hello at lawyer Ron Coleman. Gwen at MLS. Dave says, I have broken egg in my pocket way down from the treehouse. Thought I would share. Gwen says, thank you for sharing. Amica fan says, oh, yuck. Amica fan, don't forget to tap like for Torn. Gwen says, thank you, Amica fan. And I think we are all caught up. Thank you for your patience with that. All right, so let me.
Good timing.
Yep. Yeah, I do try and, like, I know I'm eventually not going to be able to do it, but I do try and read the chat when I can.
What are you throwing shade? Saying I don't read the chat enough? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that my channel is much smaller than yours, and I can keep up with it because it's a much slower chat than yours.
My chat gets a little slow on occasion.
Okay. But yeah, on the Lego stream, it's like it took me like an hour after the stream was over to catch up and read all the chats.
You're not supposed to do that, I think.
Well, I just wanted to read them to see what people were saying.
They say you're not supposed to do that. Whoever they are.
Does it do something with StreamYard? Because that was where I was reading them.
No. Wait, what? No, I didn't know anything about that.
I just was curious if there was like a reason other than just like the general. They say don't do that.
Mental health reasons, I think.
Yeah.
From what
I think I finally figured out what that weird guy was trying to do in the chat. The first stream we had with you, I think he was just like going around various different streams making. Weird...
Yeah, he was all over LawTube for a day or two, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was just like, here, let me make a whole bunch of accusations and see if anybody freaks out.
Yeah, it was
like,
really silly.
I had no idea who he was talking about, and I was trying to figure out afterwards. It's like, okay, I think he's just trying to stir the pot.
It's like, what do I not know about you, Torin? Jeez, man.
Yeah, it's like, I have no idea who you're. It's like, who are you talking about? You? Oh, okay.
If you say so.
Anything. Yep. All right.
Yeah. I try not to pay a whole lot of attention to.
It's like, yeah, I'm a little guy. Nobody knows about me. But yeah, I think the biggest publicity thing that I was able to avoid was we had an apartment complex that wanted us to evict somebody, and it was like looking into it, whatnot. The guy was kind of like a bit special needs. He was on Social Security disability. He had income coming in. He just apparently would every so often forget that he needed to pay rent, and then they'd get a hold of one of his family members who would, somebody he could trust, let him know that he needed to pay, and then he got brought up to current. This was apparently a regular cycle with the guy, and apparently they had a new property manager for the complex who didn't like the guy, thought that they didn't want him there, whatever, for some reason, and they were, trying to get him evicted. It's like, this guy really doesn't understand what's going on, and if we actually did the eviction, he's going to wind up getting like arrested for, assault on a law enforcement officer.
Something crazy.
And with these days with like camera phones and whatnot, it's going to wind up somewhere on video, and it's like, you as the property manager, you really don't want this. So we were finally able to like get a hold of like the people above the property manager and explain that, you know, one of the maintenance guys explained to us that basically all we need to do is get a hold of one of his family members and get this taken care of, and it won't be a problem. You'll get caught up in current, and you really don't want us having to, like, you know, essentially
Take
subdue
different
somebody.
avenues.
Yeah, subdue somebody who really is not understanding what's going on.
That's just dumb.
Yeah.
A little bit of compassion can go a long way in today's society, I think.
Yep. And that's one of the things I try. They tell us that we probably shouldn't do it as part of evictions, but I try and be as, you know, respectful and as understanding as I can when I have to do evictions, because I mean it's like the roughest day in this person's life for, like, you know, at least a few years on either side, usually, and being a jerk about it in that thing can, like, just make it a lot worse for them. I mean, there's sometimes you have to, you know, judge what's going on there, but it's one of those, like, because I know when the sheriffs in this county do evictions, basically once the eviction action has gone to the court of common pleas out of the basically our version of small claims court, when the sheriffs show up, it's just like they'll show up and they say, "Get out." You know, they don't give them any time or anything like that. And
well, they usually got other shit going on, right?
Yeah, and they'll have like 3 or 4 deputies show up all at once. And like I mentioned earlier, it's just me doing evictions, and I'll show up and it's like, okay, you know, we're having to do this today. Do you have the money or whatever? And then if they, you know, they don't, we got to go through with the eviction. It's like, okay, well, you've got like, you know, 10 or 15 minutes to get together anything you need for like overnight, any medicines or anything like that. And I, you know, if the landlord, if they're talking to the landlord and they want to give them more time, it's like, yeah, we can do that. It's strictly up to the landlord as far as, you know, when and where it gets executed. So I try to be the, you know, we got to do this, but I don't have to be an asshole about the whole process.
Right.
But yeah, any constable who's died in the line of duty died doing an eviction.
Yeah, that's wild to me.
Yeah. The other thing that is somewhat contentious that I don't really, I mean, I'll do them occasionally, are what we call orders of execution, which is essentially a levy. Like, you know, somebody loses a judgment, and if they don't pay it, then the person who wins can request an order of execution, and then we have to go out and like identify tangible property that you know, will get sold to. Okay, I did that one wrong there, but it'll get it gets auctioned off to settle the judgment. So I've never actually had to go all the way to the auction. They'll usually wind up paying before then, or they'll be able to get excused because they don't have the tangible property to sell. So, and you know, obviously you can't sell things like their tools of the trade. You can't sell food.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, nice. You're getting there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll finish it or not tonight. I'm not sure how long I'm going to last, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah. No worries. And I admit I'm kind of getting close to work. I keep knocking these things over. I'm thinking maybe finding some glue or whatever. And but I was gonna say, if I get too tired, I'll go ahead and wind up wrapping it up early. But I think I'm good for a while longer. I have the. I'll get that later. I don't need it yet. in addition to whatever, like if I've got the narcolepsy or the idiopathic hypersomnia or whatever, I still wind up having insomnia as well, occasionally, which is kind of frustrating, but not much you can do about it.
Yeah, that's one of my one of the things that I suffer from is insomnia.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this to you or not, but when I first got like a diagnosis for that, they put me on modafinil or Provigil.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is apparently the anti-migraine med that's worked best for me, along with the CPAP, is called Nurtec. And
Okay.
My sister is a pharmacist, and I found out that Provigil neutralizes Nurtec.
Really?
Yeah, after being on it for a year and a fucking half.
Wow.
But yeah, let me bring this up. Okay. All right, let me bring down the intensity so it shows up on camera better. All right, so I have a migraine tracker that I use. The redder it is, the more painful my migraines are. This is from like December of 2022, and this is when I got put on the CPAP and was taking Nurtec.
Oh wow.
And as you can see, it dropped way down. This is when they put me on the Provigil. And sorry, all right, so May, June, July, you can see it starting to tick up. August, September, October.
Damn.
And this is when they switched me from the Provigil to something called Sunosi. All those little green dots are where I have a visual but no headache.
Okay.
So yeah, I had like a year and a half of a lot of migraines that I didn't have to have. Kind of annoyed about that still.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yep.
Migraines are no fun.
Yep. And apparently, one of the protein bars that I was trying to take to help keep my weight down and not have a lot of sugars and whatnot, that I was using for snacks at work, I'm apparently allergic to them because when I eat them, I get like migraine level headaches. And I didn't take any today, and I didn't get a headache today.
You're a mess, bro.
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
I'm hoping they figure out what it is that I had, because it was actually like the muscle weakness and stuff like that was starting back in like March of this year. And I figure whatever the virus I had made it a lot worse, but I don't think the virus was what caused that. But without knowing what it is,
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary.
Okay, so two of those. Two of those. And four of these. One. you like epic fantasy?
I do.
Have you read Son of the Black Sword or Saga of the Forgotten Warrior by Larry Correia?
No, but I think that you've told me about these before.
Yep. The last book in the series just went to the publisher last week.
Oh, nice.
It's now a 6-book series.
Okay.
It was originally pitched as a trilogy, and the editor for Ban basically told Larry, "Yeah, that's nice. It's not going to be 3 books.
We want more."
Well, no, it's like what he had that was going to be in the story in his pitch was like, "Yeah, you're not going to fit that in 3 books." So
I'm still waiting for George R.R. Martin to finish his books.
yeah. Well, George and Larry Correia do not get along.
No?
No. Have you heard of the Sad Puppies?
No.
Okay, basically, when Larry kind of like kind of broke onto the scene, he got nominated for the Campbell Award, which is like handed out at the Hugos, and or that that's where it's done. It's for new authors, and it's like, yeah, I'm not going to get that. I don't have the right politics. I own a gun store and sell guns and whatnot. So it's like, it's not going to happen. And he went there, and then he looked at the numbers and realized that the Hugo Awards at Worldcon have most of them have like maybe 300 votes for an entire category. And it's like, wow, okay, this is just like a small insular award type thing, even though it's at quote unquote Worldcon. And the people that keep winning, like there's one fanzine where it's won Hugo for like best fanzine for like 39 years. And he said that it's essentially it's such a small voting pool that it would be really easy to essentially give anybody that you would like to the award if you did like a campaign for something like that. And he was told, oh no, there's no way that you could do that. It's forget
Protected somehow,
or that it's the world's best fantasy and science fiction award, and it's like for only the best of the best. And so he said, okay, here, let's nominate this. And he let his fan base know about it. Said, this is how you vote in this for the Hugo Awards. You have to basically have a supporting membership at Worldcon, and they send you a packet of everybody that's been nominated. You can nominate whoever you want.
Anyone?
Well, he didn't win, but that's because when he started doing that, the one of the major publishers, Tor, started essentially doing a campaign where they were like buying memberships for people, and his point was essentially that his point was that essentially it's an award for an in-group click. And anyway, the third year they were doing it, which is where it essentially Larry had like 10 different magazines publish an article about how he was like a horrible person and all this all at the same time. They all published it the same day, nice coordinated attack.
Little hit squad.
Yeah. And he wound up getting into an argument with George R.R. Martin, where George said, you're just not, you're not good enough or whatever. And he essentially got George to admit that, the Hugo is not an award for you. It's only for Worldcon. It's our internal, it's our Secret Masters of Fandom type award. Just remembering something here about when like I think it was the New York Times or some news thing had to cover the story, and the fact that George and Larry were arguing with each other, said that New York Times best-selling author Larry Correia got into an argument with George R.R. Martin, son of a longshoreman. It's like, okay, George R. R. Martin has like 100 times the money that Larry had at the time, and it's like
Right.
he's the Larry's the one who's punching down against George, but
Whatever.
yeah. Larry's main beef with George, though, is that he's essentially just about killed the epic fantasy
Genre?
genre because people won't buy or read an epic fantasy series because until it's done, and publishers won't publish more than one book in a series if it doesn't sell well. So how are you supposed to be able to like break into epic fantasy if it's like with George and I think it's Rothfuss, both write 2 books out of a well, George wrote like 4, but he's got like 2 or 3 left to finish it off, and Rothfuss wrote 2 books out of a trilogy, and they never finish it. It's been like 10-15 years, and I mean Larry was able to do it because he's already a well-established author, and he can carry it. His fan base is like fairly loyal, and they'll pretty much buy anything that he puts out. So it's like you're buying a new book by your favorite author. What's it about? I don't know. Well, why are you buying it? Well, it's my favorite author. I'm gonna like it, whatever it is. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to rant too much about that. But
no, you're good. I don't know who that author is. I know that George R. R. Martin has frustrated me greatly while I'm waiting for the rest of his series to finish. So yeah, I'm okay with whatever that dude said.
Yeah. But
finish the books, George. Finish the books.
In my experience, I actually had a chance to like meet Larry in person. He's one of those guys that'll give you like the shirt off his back to help you out if you need it. So, and he also likes to argue with idiots on Twitter. So, as a matter of fact, his Twitter handle is Monster Hunter 45.
Nice.
And somehow I got an extra layer on here more than I should have. So I don't know how I did that. Let's pull these off and try this again. I was looking at it, it's like, okay, I don't have enough, and then wait, I have 3, and I only supposed to have 2 eye on this.
You got plenty.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
All right. Oops. Forgot to. Nice. Looks good. Let me catch up with chat real quick here. Dave says you need more crayons.
They're colored pencils. How dare you?
Let's see. Oh, I forgot about that guy. I just got an ad. Sorry, Gwen. I try and do minimal ads. Let's see. Did you guys see the video of the woman who was shot and killed by the police during an eviction because she attacked him with a knife? I did not see that one, but that does not surprise me. Oh, the one with who they're saying was going to throw water on them, boiling water on them. I haven't checked that one out enough to know, but I think that's the one he's talking about.
Oh.
But if they're retired, you can sell everything. I found that out. Okay, that's interesting. I'm assuming that's about levies. I saw the one with pot of water. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. I find it easier to sleep if I'm streaming YouTube in my ear. Yep, I occasionally do that. Let's see. That was a double one. Yep, 23 camera still zoomed in. Sorry about that. So, alrighty.
Yeah, buddy, I might be done.
Okay, no worries. You have a good evening. I appreciate you coming on. It was nice having you on.
Absolutely. I wanted to come in and make sure I said happy birthday and wish you the best, and let you know that I'm super glad that you're at least out of the hospital, if not,
Yeah, that was kind of scary.
Yeah,
one of the nice things about my wife's insurance is apparently, as long as you get admitted to the hospital, they pretty much cover everything. One of her coworkers got life flighted in, and it's like an $18,000 or when it was $1,800 or $18,000 flight for the life flight, and because they were admitted, they didn't have to pay any of it.
Well, that's good at least.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You get some rest, and I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Same. Happy birthday again. Chat, y'all behave. Love you. We'll talk to you later.
There we go. Kind of find it funny that Ron kept calling me Bob. Just because my title was Bob Ross of Rating. All right, let's see. Okay, got that ring on. That's the next one. Okay. All right, so there. 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 Let's get these separated. All right, so it's about 12:30 now. If I don't get anybody else popping on by about, I guess about 2 o'clock, I'll probably call it a night then. All right. And that one there. And there. And there. All right. Let's get these separated. Okay. All right. So that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Goes there. I hope I'm not keeping you up too late, Gwen. I appreciate you being on here. And there. And there. Come on, you can line up. There. And oh, nope, I'm usually awake this time anyway. Okay. As long as I'm not keeping you up. Okay, that layer is done. All right, so now finish this off. All right. No, not there. There. I'm definitely going to have to clean up in the morning to find all the pieces I've lost. Finish this one off. I don't think I'll quite get it done tonight. I'm definitely moving into the ultra tired zone. Let's have some more caffeine. Here we go. And there we go. All right. So each time this falls off, I'm going to glue it. All right, let's. All right. There we go. It definitely smells like rubber cement. Or barge cement. One of those smells. Makes me nauseous, but I'll deal. All right, and Okay, now that layer is done. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, and 2. All right, so go there, go there, there, there. All right, that layer is done. On to layer 20, or on to move 24. Okay, so it looks like this is done without this. Let's say assemble it now layer and then put it on. All right, so one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. There we go. And 4. And 4. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so all right, so let's see. 2 by 3. 2 by 2. And 3. And 2, 3. All right, and so there is there. Right, and righty. There. Just got to stretch here. Yeah, we're down to 2 people on Rumble. Sorry about that. Oh. Alrighty. Yeah, let's see. Alrighty, and alrighty. 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 Did you miss something? I don't think so. I'm just kind of tired at the moment. And I'm having a little trouble making sure that I'm getting this in the right order. I'm just tired enough I want to stretch. Alright. I'm going to put on some hold music and I will be back soon. Just private chat. Oh, missed that. Alright, okay.